afternoon and welcome to a very sunny, for the moment, Bournemouth. Unlike yesterday, looking very good for some flying.
Yeah.
We didn't get much yesterday, did we?
We got 2 red arrows passes and about 6 hours of us desperately filling.
Do you know what we didn't do, and we should have done, is a bit of seagulls. You know, we did have some pretty good seagull displays.
We did have good seagull action, solo displays and synchro displays.
The synchros might be my favourite, yeah, and we've got a wonderful view of them thanks to the Cumberland Hotel, which we're stood on top of, then providing this wonderful vantage point on an already very good vantage point on top of the cliffs here for all the public to use. But we're indebted to the Cumberland Hotel, so a big thank you to them for providing this vantage point to witness some flying displays this afternoon. What have we got in store? Kicking off with the Tigers.
Yeah, we're kicking off with the Tigers at 1:25, and I'll just run through everything in order. We've got the Firebirds, Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, the Lancaster with the Typhoon, then the Typhoon solo display, Slingsby Firefly, Westland Wasp and Fairy Swordfish, Yak 50, Rich Goodwin in the jet Pits, Vampire FB52, Chinook from the Royal Air Force, Bronco, Tutor, the Rolls-Royce Heritage flight, which is a Spitfire and Mustang, and then the red arrows are at 5 o'clock today. That ends the afternoon block of flying displays. We'll have a roughly 2-hour break, but then we will be coming back at 1940 for the evening displays, a speciality of the Bournemouth Air Festival. That will include another Typhoon display but in dust conditions, and then pyrotechnic displays from the Firebirds and Otto the helicopter.
Yeah, a really busy afternoon of flying. This is a full, there won't be a touch word, hoping that the weather allows for a full flying display. It's pretty well non-stop action all afternoon. A little bit at the break in the afternoon, but we will be live here on this same video, so if you've got this one up on a computer or TV or whatever, you can leave it running or whatever. Come back for the evening flying display at, what time was that again?
1945.
1945. So that's, if you're not, most viewers will be familiar with the setup here and the idea of a twilight display, but they're pretty special. And if the weather allows, seeing things like the Typhoon and some of the pyrotechnic aircraft, also the helicopter with lots of onboard fireworks being fired off, it's pretty spectacular stuff. To take nothing away from the daytime acts that we're going to see. So Tigers, parachute display team. But that's when you do sort of nervously look at the cloud level.
Yeah, so the weather is good with the exception of the cloud base, which is, last I read, about 1,500 feet, which is perfectly acceptable in the display area for everything to fly, with the possible exception of the parachute teams. There might be a small question mark about some of the transit flights for aircraft coming from further afield, but I would expect in these conditions we'll see all or most of the aircraft taking to the air today, and it is forecast to improve. This cloud will lift.
And that's certainly, the Tiger's one of the displays that's certainly very affected by what altitude is. It sounds like Adam's mic might be muted.
Your mic is muted.
No, shouldn't be. Other way around.
Oh.
I might just crank Adam's volume up. So what I was saying about the Tigers was they're obviously a display that's very, very affected by cloud altitude. Cloud altitude, what am I trying to say? Cloud base. So, the format of their display is very different depending on if they're dropping. I mean, presumably they do a Falcon's esque 12,000 foot proper old drop. Do they lots of free falling and?
There is a free falling element. I couldn't tell you how high they start.
No, but the lower elements, it's all exciting stuff. The Tigers, I don't know what do they do these days in terms of dropping into the sea or beach?
I have seen them drop into the sea. It was a few years ago. Here at Bournemouth last time they landed on the beach, and everywhere else I've seen them in the last few seasons they landed on the beach. It's one of the things that affects the timing of their jump, because they have to jump at low tide for the beach to be big enough to accommodate the drop zone.
Of course. And then what have we got? So Michael's saying weather looks perfect. I wouldn't say perfect, but we're getting there. There's that high level cloud which you wouldn't worry about, just a little bit low level, as Adam says, 1,500 feet scattered, some good gaps there. So yeah, hopefully we're looking forward to a good afternoon's flying. Rich Goodwin, very excited to see him. So jet pits, we've seen it a few times this year. it's the noise as much as anything else, but an increased vertical performance with
Yeah.
an already very powerful piston engine.
Yeah,
But-
already that aircraft had a power-to-weight ratio of very nearly 1-to-1, and it's now 1.1-to-1 with the added turbojets. So theoretically, the ability to hover indefinitely.
Yeah, so we did. I won't go into that, but the vertical performance, those wind up a lot of speed into the vertical, lots of manoeuvres, carry on going, and into the kind of hover manoeuvre, where it does start to auto rotate. So there's no. How can we describe this? So the gyroscopic forces of the propeller, sort of, what could we give an example of? So if you held onto the, toy helicopter or something and you held onto it, you'd see the body rotating. Well, the same happens to Rich's Pits there. He has no, I want to say lateral control. It's not lateral, it's around this axis, you know what I mean, the roll axis. So he's got the ailerons, because there's no airflow over them, he's got no ability to counter that gyroscopic force. So you see him sort of starting to spin, and at some point he decides that's probably enough of that, pulls the power on everything, and the aircraft drops out and recovers. It's quite a spectacle to see. So again, another one, you want a bit of a space in the sky, but let's stop talking about the weather. Let's just assume this is going to be all right. And I think the audio levels are now all right. We did do a lovely sound check about 20 minutes ago, where everything was absolutely fine. Oh, Andrew's blaming us now.
We've got a very exciting new mute button on our microphones.
Which I have just realised means we can't turn them off, which is a bit of a pain when you're trying to save battery. I've just seen Chris say all okay now in terms of audio levels. It's lovely having a sound person in the chat able to respond like that, and it's quite fun. I am looking at the chat here. It's quite fun engaging with you, and I should say in a normal environment quite often I'd have a flying display director over there and a commentator over there who occasionally remember I exist and tap me on the shoulder and say, Ian, it's all cancelled, we're going home because the rain's too bad, or whatever. We don't have that kind of contact here. We're up here on our lonesome on the Cumberland Hotel, so we're kind of reliant on a bit of the information we get from you guys in the chat, also what we can see, and obviously we've got the radio going, so we're listening in on frequency to updates. But it's a bit of a, I quite like it. You can enjoy the jeopardy of us not knowing quite what's going to happen.
Yes, and then trying to talk you through it ourselves as well.
Hopefully at a sensible audio level. So thank you for the feedback on that, everyone. Sound checks, 2 sound checks next time. Hi guys, hope all is well and we get more than a couple of flight passes today, says Ethan. Hello Ethan, thank you for tuning in yesterday and for joining us again today. I certainly expect we're going to get a great deal more than we managed yesterday. So Adam's already taken you through the expected flying display. Just a reminder that we will be live for the evening at about 20 to 8 on this same live stream, so stick around for that this evening. Just got a little dinner break between 5:30 once the red hour is complete and 20 to 8, where hopefully we'll even get a chance to eat something as well. I've mentioned a couple of times the Cumberland Hotel. It really is a wonderful vantage point, and I've stopped doing it, but if I look over that wall there's a wonderful swimming pool, very nice hospitality setup. Oh no, it's just honestly it gives me goosebumps. The idea of being down there enjoying some sunshine and a drink and a dip in the pool and the fantastic flying display here at Bournemouth.
And you don't even need to have a room here because they do day hospitality for Air Show Week.
Which we should say is booked up this year, but for future air festivals you might want to consider the Cumberland Hotel. Really fantastic vantage point up on the cliffs. This isn't a public area on the roof here, but there is, the vantage point down there by the bar and the pool is a wonderful one. So yeah, the Cumberland Hotel, very thankful for them hosting us again this year as they did last, and big thank you to them. And for the teas and coffees. We even found the staff tea and coffee facility yesterday, which we've been making use of, so thank you very much. What else have we got to talk about? So, any highlights from the day? I kept being drawn to the Yak 50. I don't know why I am. It's just the sort of novelty factor.
Well, yes. It's not very often that we see Yak 50 solos here in the UK. We see team displays from time to time, formerly from the Yakovlevs, and we see Yak 52s out and about quite a bit. But a solo display by a Yak 50, I think I've only seen in Britain once, and it was Mark Jeffries flying it.
Oh. Yeah, so looking forward to that around about the middle of the flying display, about 3 o'clock. right next to Rich, actually. That'd be an interesting comparison.
Yes.
You know, both powerful aircraft,
Yeah.
but Rich maybe having the edge slightly.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
In terms of thrust to weight.
Well, in thrust to weight, yes, because the Yak 50, it was exceptionally powerful. They had up to 450 horsepower, but that was partly because they're all metal aeroplanes. They're not the lightest purpose-built aerobatic machines, so they do need that power. Talking about highlights of the flying programme, there's one I want to pull out, which is the Typhoon flying with the Lancaster, which we haven't actually seen that many times this season, but it's a special one-off for the 2023 display season, being performed at a select number of shows, and that is marking the 80th anniversary of the Dam Busters raid.
And not one I've seen. Quite interesting to see the aircraft so close together. You get just the size comparison.
The size comparison and the angle of attack comparison is what stands out to me.
Yeah, the Typhoon, a high angle of attack, so much more lift over the wing available to fly at the slower speeds that the Lancaster does. Yeah, it's an interesting attitude behind the aircraft, behind the Lancaster there. A bit sort of ungainly sort of presentation in a way, but
it does look very odd.
But pretty unique, you know, to see a 4-engined World War II aircraft in formation with a 4th generation fighter aircraft. It's quite something. So, and I haven't seen it yet, actually. So,
well, we get 3 passes out of them, 1 flat pass and then 2 in gentle turns, and then the finale of that display is a lovely on-crowd opposition break, following which the Typhoon launches straight into its solo sequence.
Which is quite a sequence this year.
Yeah.
So that occurring after the BBMF display, which takes place at 2.
Yep.
So just a little while to go. So have we said, so it's 10 to 1 now, flying hopefully starting in around about 35 minutes with the Tigers. We've talked about BBMF.
Yeah.
Taranto formation as well. So one of the beauties of Bournemouth, and it's something we went on about, I mean, we had to go on about something yesterday. We didn't have any aeroplanes to film, so we did natter on for quite a while. But we talked about the perspective we have up high, looking down on some of the displays. And Taranto formation, that's the Swordfish with the Wasp. So naval assets in presentation together, a helicopter and the biplane Swordfish torpedo bomber. They will be down nice and low, and I suspect we'll get some nice, you know, the context is quite nice to see the sea passing below them. Of course, you don't normally get it to show where you've got the sky. So that, in terms of us, you know, we nerd out on the visual imagery of what we're capturing. We're quite driven by that, so it's quite nice to have that perspective, get a better sense of speed and context of the displays. So that will look very fitting over the sea.
Yeah.
Have we got any naval bits and pieces out there? I don't think we have.
There are some naval patrol boats due to participate, but in Bournemouth Air Festivals of old, it was a common sight to see. We even have frigates on some occasions, didn't we? And landing craft. There was a beach assault demonstration involving troops and landing craft and helicopters. Sadly, we don't see that anymore.
We don't, but if you do fancy a look back to what Bournemouth of old looked like, not today, nothing away from the Bournemouth of present. You know, it's a wonderful flying display that this afternoon, but the marine assault was always quite a spectacle. We've been covering Bournemouth almost from the beginning when they started. I think probably a couple of years after it started, but we've always enjoyed coming here. The perspective on the display is something, but the show, TSA always bring together a fantastic flying display. What we tended to do, we produced one programme that was kind of the highlights of an entire Bournemouth, you know, sort of hour and a half long programme. But generally we were selecting highlights to go into our British Air Shows programme. So if you're not familiar with what that is and what Planes TV is, we've been covering air shows for 34 years, thanks to the gentleman sat down over there, enjoying a bit of a rest before the flying kicks off. That's Adrian, my father, started the business in the late 80s and has covered air shows since that point. And that back catalogue of stuff was released on VHS in those days, and DVDs, Blu-rays, and now it's almost all on our subscription service at watch.planestv.com. I thought I'd show you a little bit of that. So some material from 10 years ago, from Bournemouth 2013. This is one of those segments, so a little segment from our British Air Shows programme that year. So bear in mind that we're looking for the things that are novel at that event, so we'll have covered other elements at other shows. So these were the bits that caught my eye from Bournemouth 2013.
Bournemouth now, an absolutely ginormous show with some wonderful vantage points. The Navy was there in force with ships and helicopters and even a beach assault by the Royal Marines. They also had an evening show, which was wonderful, with the SWIP team with fireworks and Brendan O'Brien's flying circus with flashing lights and goodness knows what else.
tuned in and wondering what on earth you're watching and thinking some of those aeroplanes don't fly at air shows anymore, that was Bournemouth Air Festival 2013, good 10-minute section from our British Air Shows programme. So giving a bit of context for the things we've seen at Bournemouth in the past and the sorts of views we're looking forward to seeing this afternoon for the 2023 flying display. So that one from 10 years ago.
And speaking of what we're looking forward to this afternoon, it's not just this afternoon that we're here at Bournemouth. We're here all weekend through till Sunday. The next couple of days, I have unmuted myself. I'm very confused by this new mute button. I've pressed it again.
Poor Adam. I promise we did a lovely sound check prior to coming in.
Okay, how about now? Right, I was just saying, and apparently I was muted at the time, that we're not just here for today at the Bournemouth Air Festival, we're here all weekend. That is, well, yesterday, today and tomorrow going out free on YouTube, but then Sunday going out on watch.planestv.com, the on-demand service.
And also on YouTube, but for just channel members. So, the offering is, if you're a channel member, it costs £5 to become a channel member. We just have the one level. You'll have access to the broadcast on Sunday, or you can subscribe to PTV On Demand. It's normally £10 per month. Gives you access to the live broadcast here on Sunday, our back catalogue, live broadcasts from Duxford and Air Tattoo this year. If you use the offer code Bournemouth with a capital B on watch.planestv.com, you can subscribe. It is a monthly subscription, but if you just want to watch for the month, you can cancel any time. And that will give you 50% off. So either offering is £5. You can either sign up at watch.planestv.com using the offer code Bournemouth with a capital B. I keep saying that, I'm not entirely sure if it makes a difference, but better put it in anyway. So watch.planestv.com, use the offer code Bournemouth, and you'll get your first month for just £5, half price. It does also work on the annual plan, just 50% off, I'm just saying. Or channel member here on YouTube, so we won't be free to view here on Sunday. You will need to be a channel member to join us, but that's a very nice way of supporting what we do on YouTube. So if you want to see me doing more on YouTube, you can sign up there. Yeah, it's a bit of an experiment this week at Bournemouth, but either way, looking forward to bringing you action right the way through till Sunday afternoon. There's no evening display on Sunday, which helps us when we're packing away and trying to get home on Sunday. It will have been a long few days by that point. Already fairly exhausted, having talked our way through a non-flying display yesterday and set up in some pretty appalling conditions yesterday morning. But it's really, really nice now. There's very, very large, clear blue spots. Look at that skyline, fantastic.
Yeah, and I do think the cloud is lifting as well. We were talking earlier about, well, at the time, 1,500 foot cloud base, which was okay in the display area, but might have affected some of the transits to and from Bournemouth. But I would say it's looking a bit higher than that now.
It's not much fun juggling around your muted microphone, which isn't muted. It makes me wonder whether some moisture has crept into the camera's audio input or something. That would be terrifying.
Well, I'm not going to touch that mute button again.
No. Well, have you been
frightened off now?
Wait a minute. Are you? Oh, no, we won't go there. We won't go there. Nick, I can see as a channel member saying he heard you the first time. Not sure what you were saying, but. So I'm looking at the chat. Sorry, forgive me staring at my phone whilst we're live, but it is quite nice joining in the conversation with you guys. People talking about misdemeanor, which probably was presented in that 2013 video. Jonathan Whaley based the aircraft out of Bournemouth. 2013, that might have been the period that the Sea Vixen was still there as well. So de Havilland Aviation, I think, operating the Sea Vixen, and
was it not Fly Navy Historic Trust at that point?
No. The aircraft was restored by, I think they were called de Havilland Aviation at that point. I'm trying to remember the gentleman's name, but the aircraft was based at Bournemouth for quite a long while. And then it went on to Fly Navy. Fly Navy didn't exist back in them days. Yeah, but I spent some nice time over at the airport there, messing about with those classic jets. Very nice operation that's since dispersed, and sadly with Sea Vixen no longer see as well. I wonder where's Jonathan's Hunter?
It's ended up in Canada.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it went to a Red Air provider.
and presumably not no longer
no, it's
rainbow
in
coloured.
if I remember right, it's in a sort of splinter grey and white camo.
Which is your
now.
duty to paint your aircraft in that way if you operate a Red Air aircraft, I think.
It would stand out in the old colour scheme.
It did do, especially, you know, the evening flying displays. I remember seeing it. Over the sea was quite special as well, because Jonathan would crank up the speed on the fast passes and you'd get some very exciting. He was always very good about onboard cameras as well. I don't know whether there was any in that piece there. But the onboard camera sort of rear facing, and you'd see the condensation sort of growing and starting to burst on the wings, which is quite something to see on a classic jet like that.
Yeah.
One other unique thing, I should have watched this video. I will have seen it fairly recently, but he used to wind the canopy back as well. Slow speed pass, wind the canopy back, gives a bit of a wave.
Yes. I remember it said on commentary on one of those DVDs that if he'd actually extended his hand beyond the line of the canopy, it would have just been ripped clean off.
Yeah. I'm not sure what speed, there was a speed limit, obviously you had to be below a certain speed to bring the canopy back in that way. But yeah, I'd never seen that done with any other jet during an air display. So yeah, pretty unique stuff there from Jonathan back in the day. In terms of classic jet, we're not going to see much here at
we've got the
Bournemouth.
Vampire FB-52 from the Royal Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron, temporarily painted up in its Italian markings to mark the 100th anniversary of, I was going to say the 100th anniversary of the Italian Air Force, but join me in pedantry corner when I point out that air arm hasn't continuously existed, and Italian military aviation does predate that, goes back to the 1880s, but it is the 100th anniversary of the first independent Italian air arm.
So the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron painting up the Vampire to mark that anniversary, and we saw the aircraft part of the static display air tattoo alongside a lot of both contemporary and historic Italian Air Force aircraft, that being one of the themes of Air Tattoo this year.
Yes, we had a really impressive static lineup from the Italians, including several types that had never been to the Air Tattoo before. We had a P-72, that was a RIAT debut, a U-208, it's been in service for something like 50 years, and that was a RIAT debut. It won the Concours d'Elegance for its special paint scheme, and there was another RIAT debut as well from the Italians. Was it the KC-767, or was it something else?
I can't remember. I don't know.
It was the E550. That's
is
the one I'm thinking of. The conformal airborne early warning aircraft. A version of the Gulfstream G550.
Got you. Okay. Yeah. So that will be forming quite a chunk in our Air Tattoo program. We, you may be familiar with our live broadcast from Royal International Air Tattoo back in July. We were live for 50, 60 hours from the Wednesday through to the Monday. So all the arrivals free to view on YouTube, and the show's proper Friday, Saturday, Sunday going out on the streaming service I've mentioned. So that, if you could relive the entirety of Air Tattoo, but if you'd rather watch 2-hour highlights program, do subscribe on watch.planestv.com. We'll be releasing that one later this year. As I say, we'll be building little segments around those themes. So Italian Air Force, also the air-to-air refuelling theme as well, which was another one that was very well supported this year.
Another centenary celebration, and that was a particularly memorable representation in the flying programme from the Germans and the French especially.
Which we sort of covered yesterday. You wonder whether people watched here today and they're getting bored of hearing the same thing, but we've got to fill a bit of time until the Tigers kick off in just about 10 minutes time, I think, so not long to go before I can get out of this uncomfortable situation of standing this side of a camera, get behind one, point it at some aeroplanes, and Adam will continue to give you a bit of commentary during the broadcast this afternoon, but I'll be in a much more comfortable position of being on camera. I think I'm on long lens duty today and Adrian on the wide. It is a wonderful vantage point up here. We are slightly limited to the west. There's some part of the structure here at the Cumberland Hotel may just interfere a little bit with view that way, but shouldn't detract too much from your enjoyment. Another big thank you to the Cumberland Hotel for providing this vantage point for us. It is a pretty remarkable spot, and if you do feel like visiting Bournemouth, not for the air show, it's a fantastic place to come and visit, have a bit of a holiday. Cumberland Air Show, Cumberland Hotel, Cumberland Air Show. Check the chat, see what's going on. Oh, and Liam, thank you so much for joining as a member, Liam Roberts. So, Liam, as a result of you joining as a member, you will have access to Sunday's live broadcast. Thank you for that. And it all helps, all the little £5. I can see lots of other members as well. Monty joining in. Thank you for... present in our live broadcast and joining the chat always.
And often gifting memberships as well.
Yes, yeah.
Very kind.
Ha! Christopher Wood has been stalking you.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
In Radom. Walked into a McDonald's in Poland on my way to Radom and saw you. Did you have a McDonald's?
Yeah, we did. Well, it was just about the only thing that was open at 6 in the morning.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was early starts and late finishes. Not much choice at that time of day.
So Adam, having been to the Radom Air Show last weekend, very jealous of all the... There's some quite... The Polish Air Force putting on a real show.
Yeah, and a few displays that are entirely new. Radom debuts, but in fact Global Air Show debuts. The first time that there has been a full aerobatic display by an M346 Bielik, for example, and that was lovely. I understand the intention is for that to be a full demonstration team, much like the Tiger demo team, and do more air shows in future.
That could be quite something. We know that could be quite a... Oh, and Joe's joined as well. Thank you, Joe Marshall, joining up as a Planes TV member here on YouTube. As I said to Liam, that will now give you access to Sunday's live broadcast. And a little perk of having a little weird icon next to your name.
People seem to like it.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I suppose I'm not a channel member. I think I'm quite careful about joining the chat as me rather than Planes TV generally. So, bless you, Monty. You mentioned it, and Monty has gifted a bunch of memberships. Thank you, Monty. I really do appreciate it. It will help Dan R, Pink Hector, Baz Wookie, and Transport for Kent and Stephen. You guys all now have access to Sunday's live broadcast, thanks to Monty. So thank you so much, and a big happy birthday to Emma. Hey, good stuff. It feels like we're going to have a good show here, guys. So touch wood, the weather's cleared beautifully. Nice gaps in the sky. I should look at the flight radar. Now, normally if someone had spotted a jump ship, ADSB, they'd have mentioned it to me in the chat.
The aircraft to look out for is a Cessna Caravan today. It's coming from Netheravon.
What's that up there? That could be a Cessna Caravan. I see him there.
Mm-hmm.
So due north of us. What height's he at? 'Cause that might just indicate what they're thinking, or it might not. 4,500 feet. 162 knots. He'll be with us on time, I would think.
Well, so the wind is coming almost off the sea.
That means they'll be jumping right in the sun when I...
Well, it does, but I was going to say it means they'll be jumping in a patch of blue sky.
Not that you'll see it for silhouette, but that's going to make things really interesting. So that's the first thing I look at when you're on the long lens, and you look at the wind direction, so you get a good idea of where they're going to drop from. Quite light winds, actually, so probably if it's 4,500 feet, we might just miss. That's right in the sun.
And the aircraft coming in from crowd rear as well, which is always tricky to catch.
So we're operating, it's a fairly limited setup, but it always works quite well for us, to be honest. Same location, 2 cameras, one tight, one wide, and a camera pointing at us as well, of course. But 2 cameras is sort of bare minimum, to give you that opportunity to follow the aircraft coming over initially, and then the other camera can pick it up as it goes over the top. And parachute generally releasing pretty well directly above or slightly into wind, so that they then drift to the drop zone. That's what I always look for, wind direction, and we are going to be straight into the sunshine. So it's going to be a challenge for me to pick up the guys leaving the aircraft, I think, with the sun as it is, but I'll be trying my best. I'll be sat positioned like this, ready to pick them up, and it's going to be a real challenge actually, because the wind being light, they might release directly above. We'll see how it goes. And it should say that, I'm looking at a flag at, well, not quite ground level, but atop a hotel. It could be very different at 4,000 feet. Yeah. So there's that mix of wind directions that they'll be conscious of and I'm oblivious to, that will affect the position that they actually drop from. In days gone by, we'd have seen the Woody dropped. The Falcons might have dropped a sort of streamer that replicates the sort of fall of a
Yeah.
person without a parachute.
I recall they tightened up their display a few years ago to make it easier to integrate into an airshow, because if you've got a whole load of airshow acts and then a 20-minute gap during woody drops and dummy runs, then that does affect the flow of things. So they've cut a lot of that out, and they go straight into their show now. The Tigers, I seem to recall from last year, do still do a woody drop.
Okay, thank you for that warning. So I'll be eagerly looking out for that as this aircraft approaches, which is now very close, quite close to the airport. It does the northeast, 4,500 feet. That's got to be skirting the bottom of those clouds, I would think.
Let's mention the presence of the airport to those who didn't join us yesterday. So most of the assets that we'll be seeing over the next 3 days, not all of them, but most of them are operating from Bournemouth Airport, which is about 5 miles over that way. So some of the aircraft we do see or hear when they're operating from Bournemouth. Really, it's just the Reds and Typhoon. But sometimes we're able to swing the camera around and get the Red Arrows break to land, or see them skimming the skyline of Bournemouth town centre just after departure. We saw quite a lot of that yesterday. We saw more of the Red Arrows on that side than we did of them in the display area itself.
And the reason for that was the low clouds. So they did try a display, managed a couple of passes, but then the edge of the formation in a turn was entering into clouds, so it just wasn't flyable for them, unfortunately. But thank you to those of you that stuck with us for with their fingers crossed, no doubt, with your fingers crossed, no doubt, hoping that we would see a full display. Sadly not to be, but looking good for today. The Red Arrows displaying is around about 5 o'clock. So Tiger's about to get going. We've got 5 minutes to go. I should really be getting familiar with how on earth you've set this camera up, because I haven't touched it today. My mind's been on other things.
Well, hopefully the first thing you can do is take the rain colour off.
Quite right. Yeah, we're having spells of rain this morning, but it's very low probability today. There are showers around, but I think looking at the horizon we'll get very good warning of a squall coming through. So I'll take the rain covers off, get the camera ready, and wish me luck trying to pick them up as they come over the top. I'll leave you to it. You can hype up the Tigers.
Okay, I don't have much Tigers material.
Oh, maybe I should stick around for 5 minutes then. Looking at that, it looks fairly well set up, doesn't it? Oh, how hard can it be just to grab a camera and go live? Doing it long enough, it should be all right. So, good question about the pyros tonight.
Yeah.
We are expecting some, I think.
We're expecting 3 pyro displays. We've got the Firebirds with a pair of RV4s, and then upping the ante considerably with Otto, the helicopter. That is, well, it was the aircraft that could carry the most fireworks out of any in the world. I think it has been overtaken by Scandinavian airshows, AGCAT at the moment. They do leapfrog each other, but it's still right up there. It's very impressive. Stick around for that. Brendan calls it the Skygasm, and with good reason. And then the final pyro act will be the Tigers returning to us for a night jump, and they have, I imagine, their gerbs on their feet. Difficult for you. Yeah, very dramatic to witness, and very exciting. You know, you're on the ground. It's the same. We're all doing the same thing, really, as spectators, as camera operators. You're sort of like, where are they? And you only see them when
you've got to pick up the nav lights. Yeah. Well, nav lights of the aircraft, and then shadowy figures in your viewfinder or LCD to follow. And then, as you say, the pyros come on, and then you've got a clear view. But you really want to be on them before that. Yeah. Challenge. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
You can rate how we do later.
Yes. Well, we'll have a practice run in just a little while. The Tigers dropping. See where they go.
The sound of an aeroplane that I can hear?
Yeah, as soon as we can see one, I'll hop up on camera, I think. Holding out that way. Yeah, just in feet dry over these buildings, I would say. So we'll probably not be able to see the Cessna Caravan yet. Got anything on Cessna Caravans? They're interesting aircraft in their own right.
Well,
capacity of that
very,
thing.
Very suitable jump ships. They've got a Pratt & Whitney PT6 engine, pretty powerful power plant used in, pretty much every turboprop advanced jet training aircraft in the world at the moment. Gives it a climb rate of over 1,000 feet per minute. High wing, which is that's a good thing, because it's one less thing to hit on your way out as you leave the aircraft. Big rear cargo door, so a lot of jumpers can leave in quick succession. Suitable jump ship. Good rate of climb, which is important, because if it were operating from a club, for example, it means the aircraft can get up pretty quickly, drop its jumpers, down pretty quickly, reload through that large cargo door, and have a very high rate of jumps. So, yeah, based at Netheravon. And it's actually on the civilian register. It's an army team, but using a civilian registered aircraft, as do the Falcons. They have a Dornier 228.
It's descended now to about 2,000 feet, so presumably not expecting a terribly...
No, that is a seagull. Never mind. But
No,
I can
no,
hear...
I can see it, I can see it.
Okay.
I'm going to hop up on camera.
All
and,
right. Well, I can hear the Tigers commentator has now taken the microphone down
I'll
below.
probably ask Andrew to drop my microphone so I can concentrate on this, and let Adam take you through the Tigers jump.
So, looking out for this caravan now, operated by the Army Parachute Association. Well, this is going to be tricky for Ian and Adrian as the aircraft comes almost directly over the top of us. The first of our flying items today, and I will just run through the running order again for anyone who has just joined us since we started the stream. We have the Tigers opening the show. That will be followed by the Firebirds, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight with the Lancaster Hurricane and Spitfire. Then we have the Lancaster and Typhoon formation. The Typhoon solo display is at 14:18. Slingsby Firefly, Fairy Swordfish, Westland Wasp, Yak 50, Pits S2S, flown by Rich Goodwin. That's the jet-powered aeroplane, which only made its airshow debut in jet-powered form in May of this year. Vampire FB52, Chinook HC6, OV10 Bronco, Tutor T1, the Rolls-Royce Heritage flight with a Spitfire Mark 19 and P51D Mustang, and the red arrows are at 5 o'clock with their 8 Hawks. Well, there goes the woody jump, the woody drop that Ian and I were referring to a moment ago. Dropping a pair of streamers, and this is used to evaluate the wind drift and choose a suitable drop point at which the parachutists can leave the aircraft and be certain of being able to make it to the drop zone down on the beach. When the parachutists do jump, we will lose them at the moment of landing, because one of the very few shortcomings of this viewing spot is that we are on the top of the cliff and the jumpers will be landing down on the beach below, which is just obscured by the trees and shrubs on the cliff tops. Of course, the advantage of being up here, though, is that with some of the main flying displays, we do have an eye-level view of the action. Some of the aircraft coming down as low as 100 feet above the water today, and we are more than 100 feet up on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel. Crunchit8 asks how many will practice their displays. Well, here at Bournemouth there haven't actually been any practice displays. I know it's the norm in America that most aircraft will do an on-location practice. It's just not something that we really do very much at British air shows. The one-off display sequence might be practiced or practiced to an extent at the venue. But there's no dedicated practice day. And as far as I know, there weren't any rehearsal flights on Wednesday. There certainly weren't any on Thursday, which was the first day of the show. And there won't be any from this point on, because this is the air show proper. And it runs continuously through until about 5 o'clock, 5:30 on Sunday. So we have just lost the aircraft in cloud, but we will get it back on screen for you just as soon as it reappears. That cloud height at the moment. When we opened the stream, it was showing 1,500 feet. It's now 1,700. Few clouds at 1,700, scattered 2,500, and there is another cloud layer at 4,100 feet. So there you go. It is improving. The cloud is lifting, and even in its current status, that should be perfectly acceptable for all of the displays, bar perhaps the Tigers, although I think the Tigers have found a nice big area of blue sky from which they can jump and still make it comfortably to the drop zone. The weather out to sea is considerably better than the weather behind us over land. Aircraft directly above us now. And the jump about to start, the smoke is on. Capacity of 14 jumpers can be carried on a Cessna Caravan. We're not expecting that many today. So parachutes opening at 3,000 feet, ending that free fall element. Total of 9 members of this team. And they come from the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment. The team was founded in 1986 and was originally called the Dragons. They are one of 4 British Army parachute display teams. The others are the Red Devils, the Lightning Bolts and the Silver Stars. So we have 2 distinct groups of jumpers making their way in individually towards the bottom. We have the flag bearers, but then at considerably higher altitude we have another group in a 3-ship formation doing canopy relative work. So completing this display of canopy relative work, we're about to see this pair split in very dramatic fashion. And so concludes that display from the Tigers of the British Army, the opening act of day 2 here at the Bournemouth Air Festival, and in fact the first act of the festival that we have seen completed in its entirety. A lovely blue gap in the sky for the Tigers to jump through. We do now have a gap of 10 minutes or so before the next act commences its display. That will be the Firebirds. Of course, there's a bit of a gap built in on either side of the parachute displays because they're always rather uncertain in their duration. It does depend on the wind and cloud conditions, and sometimes a number of dummy runs have to be made. They're jumping in pretty short order today. So as we survey the scenery in front of us and the view of the seafront, you might notice that we have a large number of orange markers out on the water. You might be wondering what these are. Well, there's a number of purposes to the various markers in front of us. One of them is that they mark the maritime exclusion zone. So you might be able to see in the distance there's a large number of pleasure boats. There's one much larger ship as well. They are all sitting on the other side of the maritime exclusion zone, marked by a row of orange buoys and patrolled vigorously. And that is because we don't want any boats under the display area. That would cause the suspension of the flying display. So the buoys serve that purpose, but they also serve a purpose to the pilots in marking out the display lines and making sure that they can see the appropriate reference points and distances and ensure that the aircraft stay a safe distance from the crowd. The crowd line up here at Bournemouth is being taken from the edge of the swimming area, which is roughly 50 metres offshore and is marked by a small row of yellow buoys. All these separation distances are calculated from that point. The nearest of the rows of large orange buoys marks the 230 metre line. That is the general display line used by aircraft flying from left to right. Some of the smallest and slowest aircraft can come a bit closer in than that, to 150 metres, but generally speaking 230 metres in the most part. And then the second row of large orange buoys is the 450 metre line. That is used by the fastest, largest and heaviest aircraft during their energy on crowd manoeuvres. It just gives them a little bit more spacing from spectators if something were to go wrong in those critical moments of flight. And those separation distances of 150, 230 and 450 metres are pretty much the world standards now, apart from in the United States where they do things a bit differently. But they're the distances that we've used here in the UK for several decades and commonly used across Europe and some of the bigger Middle Eastern and Asian shows as well. Joe Marshall asks, is the dusk display actually any better, or do the cameras being dimmed make it seem a lot better for us viewers than it is in person? Well, that's an interesting question. It really depends. It really depends. It depends on the weather conditions, apart from anything else. So here in the UK, we don't have night shows. We have dusk shows. 30 minutes after sunset is the start of official nighttime, and after that point, the Civil Aviation Authority does not allow public air displays to take place. So if it's a cloudless day in the summer, 30 minutes after sunset, the sky is still pretty bright. And yeah, it is odd sometimes watching a firework display in almost daylight conditions, and yeah, a bit of camera trickery can help improve the way that looks. But if it's a gloomy evening, if there's lots of cloud around, that can make it artificially darker. In a lot of mainland Europe and in the United States, they do permit night shows in true darkness. They're a slightly different kettle of fish. Actually, I prefer watching shows at dusk. I like there to be a little bit of cloud definition, a little bit of colour in the sky. I think it makes for a more interesting backdrop. But yes, there are certainly evenings where you do feel you're watching a firework display in daylight sometimes. Still spectacular, though. Of course, the other thing that stands out exceptionally well during the dusk displays, as Emma points out, is the reheat from the Typhoon. Almost a firework in its own right, as Ian said earlier, glowing away in the darkness. As we wait for the Firebirds to begin their display, which is due to commence in about 3 minutes' time, I am going to just mention one more time. I'm going to try not to say this too often, because I know it will annoy people staying with us all day, but we are here for the duration of the Bournemouth Air Festival. We'll be streaming free here on YouTube today and tomorrow, and then on Sunday the broadcast will be available exclusively to channel members here on YouTube, and also to subscribers to watch.planestv.com. Channel membership is £5 a month, and that mainly just encourages us to get out and do some more free streams here on YouTube. If you are a channel member, that's what you're encouraging us to do. It's quite rare that we put out a stream that is for YouTube channel members. Bit of an experiment this Sunday. But if you join us at watch.planestv.com as a subscriber there, that's £10 a month. That will get you access to a number of live broadcasts that go out exclusively on that service, plus our 30-year archive of airshow programmes dating back to 1989, all available for you to view. And it's lovely in the winter to be able to pull out some of those older programmes on a cold winter evening and watch a little bit of airshow action from the 90s. See a whole load of aircraft that we don't have active on the circuit anymore. £10 a month in normal circumstances, but we do have a discount code available this weekend, which will give you 50% off your first month. And for that, use the code Bournemouth, capital B, the rest is lowercase. I'll say again, the code is Bournemouth with a capital B. If you do join watch.planestv.com this weekend, that will also give you access in your first month of subscription to our live broadcasts from the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show in 2 weeks' time. We're currently up to 12 Spitfires and 4 Hurricanes in the flying line-up there. Always a spectacular event, and one of the real stars this year. The first time this has been seen for many years, we are going to have a formation display from B-17G Flying Fortress Sally B with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flights Lancaster. So we scan the skies now for the Firebirds, who are probably going to arrive from our left. Most of the aircraft do come from that direction. It's a bit difficult to pick out an aircraft head-on arriving from the left, because we also have a lot of seagulls ridge surfing down the seafront. Ian's just pointed off to our right, actually. It does indeed look from ADS-B Exchange like they might be arriving from our right. which does add an interesting challenge for Ian and Adrian, because our visibility off to the right is not particularly good. It's obscured partially by the ramparts of the roof of the Cumberland Hotel and the flagpole up here as well. But they are due in around about 1 minute time. See Mark Mann saying hello from the USA. Do tell us where you're joining us from. It's lovely to see viewers enjoying the Bournemouth Air Festival from right around the world, tuning in for what is, in terms of attendance, the biggest air show in the British Isles, one of the biggest air shows in Europe. So do let us know where you are tuning in from, and I'll try and read some of them out. Just in this moment of quiet, I'm going to anticipate a question that we always get several times during these broadcasts, which are, what shows are you doing next? Well, let's get the answer to that out of the way. We're here at Bournemouth till the end of the show, as I've mentioned. Then next week we are live broadcasting the Air Show Festival of Flight, Air spelled A-Y-R, up in Scotland. And then following that, the Jersey Air Display will be live, free on YouTube, followed by the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show on watch.planestv.com. We'll also be contributing a camera and camera operator to the live broadcast of NATO Days in Ostrava in the Czech Republic. That is always a quite exceptional show. Quite a few fast jets from around Europe and indeed from North America as well expected to participate in that event. And our final live stream of the season, as far as I know at the moment, will be the Duxford Flying Finale on the 14th of October, and I anticipate that will also be free to view on YouTube. Well, I see answers flooding in to my question about where you're watching from. Lots of people watching from around the UK, but sunny Geneva, David Freeman. And hello from Paris, says Thorpe Parkman. Hello from Australia, says Roy Bixby. Tallboy has noticed the imitation Chinook down in the RAF village beneath us. And we did get some questions about that yesterday, people asking if it is a real Chinook. Well, no, it's not. This is one of several imitation Chinooks that the RAF bring to air shows to show off some of the trades and professions available within the Royal Air Force. It's part of a fairly extensive RAF village here along the cliff tops at Bournemouth, which includes stands for the Air Cadets, the Red Arrows, RAF Engineering, RAF Recruitment, the RAF Regiment, RAF Reservists, and I think I can possibly make out the stand for the Tutor solo display as well. I'm sure somewhere down there will be the stand for the Typhoon solo display also. You can certainly see one of their vehicles down in the car park. Gosh, still answers coming in from people saying where they're watching from. Bilbao in Spain. Ethan Williams says, will Air be on YouTube? Yes. I think that is the plan. We have spotted the Fireflies in the distance. The Firebirds, I should say. They changed names a couple of seasons ago, and it's still tripping me up occasionally. Josh says, do you sign up for YouTube on for Sunday? It's channel membership that you'll need to have in order to watch Sunday's stream. I think somewhere below the video there should be, well, in fact, I'll have a look on my phone and see how it's done. So you see the channel icon, and it says Planes TV, and one option is subscribe and the other option is join, and what you need to do is hit join. That's £5 a month to become a channel member. That will get you access to Sunday's stream, plus it will also help encourage us to get out and do more of these broadcasts. If you want to spend £5 slightly differently, then you can sign up to watch.planestavy.com. You will get access to a far greater amount of content if you do it that way. It's £5 for your first month if you use the offer code Bournemouth, and it's £10 per month thereafter. We also have an annual subscription plan, and using the offer code Bournemouth will get you 50% off that as well. And Josh93 has joined us as a Planes TV supporter. Thank you very much. Dutch van der Linde asks, what happened to the Twister aerobatic team? Well, they ceased displaying as a duo probably about 5 years ago now. There were some solo displays. Both Pete Wells and Chris Burkett were the pilots when that team ended, and they both performed several displays as a solo act, but in around 2019, 2018 or thereabouts, they both moved on to other projects. Pete Wells, I'm not sure if he's involved in the airshow circuit anymore. It was quite a busy light aircraft maintenance business. As for Chris Burkett, well, he still performs very actively. He flies with the Global Stars aerobatic team. He also has an Extra 300L with which he flies solo displays. Until last season, he was part of the wonderful Little and Large Extra duo, which was his Extra 300 along with a scale model remote controlled. A display the likes of which we'd never really seen before in the UK. But we turn our attention back to the Firebirds now, who it seems are arriving on the B-axis in front of us. The B-axis is the line that runs directly out in front of us from show centre. The A-axis, that runs left to right. And I'll be using those terms fairly regularly over the course of the broadcast. But they will start now in line abreast formation and pull up into a loop, the aircraft flying directly one beside the other. And over the course of this loop, one of the aircraft will slide backwards slightly into echelon formation. So exiting to our right in echelon, and as they do so, I'm going to say thank you to Liam Roberts for sending us £1, which will all go towards our dinner tonight. Very much appreciated. This team was founded in 2017, originally known as the Fireflies, and those founding pilots were Andy Durston and John Gowdy. They fly 2 Vans RV4s. But as they became busier with their Warbird projects, John and Andy gradually handed the team over to a pair of new pilots, Nigel Reed and John Dodd. Last year, John and Nigel took full ownership of the team and the aircraft, and as they did so, the name changed from Fireflies to Firebirds. So we're seeing another formation change very shortly. The aircraft will fly one behind the other in what's called line astern. And they will be pitching up into a barrel roll. The aircraft they're flying, as I mentioned earlier, is the Vans RV4. That's an aircraft type that first flew in 1979. It is the 4th most popular model in the Vans RV family of kit planes. It's designed to be compatible with a range of engines. That's demonstrated here because one of these aircraft is fitted with a 150 horsepower Lycoming 0320 with a 2-bladed prop. The other has a 160 horsepower engine with a 3-bladed prop. Another complexity for the pilots to deal with beyond the general complexity of formation flying. Because it means both aircraft fly quite differently. If they are both sitting on 50% power, one will carry some overtake on the other. As you can see, it's a great fun aeroplane to fly, capable of basic aerobatics, but it's also an ideal tourer. It's got 2 seats, room for some bags, a cruise speed of 200 miles an hour, and 600 miles of range. Its service ceiling is 23,000 feet, although the cockpit is not pressurised, so I don't imagine many owners will be taking the RV4 that high very often. So it is the leader to our left, who now finds himself at the back of this tail chase sequence. But they will be reforming in very short order and quickly rejoining and getting into that line astern formation that we saw earlier on, with one aircraft directly behind the other. This line astern shape nice, well, they're actually in echelon at the moment. We will see them slide into line astern for the barrel roll. Line astern is the easiest shape in which to turn and roll, because it means the wingman, the aircraft at the back, isn't having to trace the outside shape of the lead pilot. You can just follow them almost directly. We will later on be seeing the Firebirds perform their twilight show. They have facilities on the wingtip to carry fireworks launched at the press of a button in the cockpit, and that display takes on quite a different character from the day show that we are witnessing now. It's about painting with light. But now the aircraft about to split. They'll be pulling up into a quarter clover. That's a loop with a 90-degree twist on the upline, and then as they come over the top, the aircraft will be splitting to our left and right. And both aircraft mirroring each other now as they perform vertical turn manoeuvres and then come back towards us. So what they're doing at the moment is called a half Cuban. It's roughly 2/3 of a loop and then half a roll on the downline. And this will be for an opposition loop. Toolboy asks, in reference to my earlier remark about this aircraft not having a pressurised cockpit, but it has a service ceiling of 23,000 feet, is supplementary oxygen recommended then? Well, at that kind of altitude, it's not so much recommended as absolutely essential. So the aircraft are now performing opposing quarter clovers, a loop with a 90-degree roll on the upline as before, and that has both aircraft departing out to the front on the B-axis, so they can reform, and they will then fly another half Cuban, a manoeuvre that we'll see a lot of today. A very efficient way. Oh, they've changed their routine this year. We've got stall turns instead. Well, there we go. First time I've seen them do that. They come back in towards us. And now we will see a tail chase sequence in loose formation. Sam Hirschfield giving us £1.99. He says he's watching from Lake Titicaca. I'm not sure if that's a joke or not. Sam, are you really watching from Lake Titicaca? Either way, thanks for £1.99. So we are coming towards the end of the show now. As we'll see the aircraft both performing another vertical manoeuvre to depart off to our centre. And we have just one more manoeuvre to go. This has been the way that the Fireflies have ended their show ever since they were founded. They'll be getting back in formation, back in line astern, and charging back in towards us to draw a heart. And Sam Hirschfield says he is at Lake Titicaca, he's on holiday. Well, that sounds like quite an exotic holiday. But here we have the Fireflies and their final manoeuvre, the heart. Lovely display, nicely flown as always by the Firebirds. And I know a lot of you are asking about two specific display acts and the time at which they will take place. Well, I have good news for you, because they are coming up in just a few minutes' time. The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight are due any moment, and following that we have the Typhoon FGR4 from the Royal Air Force. Alex Penn says, have a drink on me this evening, gents. Thanks for the free live stream and see you on Sunday. He gives us £9.99. Well, we certainly will be having a drink. Thank you very much. We so much appreciate that, and we are glad that you've joined us. And Bunky Boy just wants to confirm that if you're paying for membership for the YouTube channel, you will have access to Sunday's show. Yes, that is the case. Subscribers to our YouTube channel will not necessarily have access to Sunday's show, but paid members will have access to Sunday's broadcast here from Bournemouth. Alternatively, another way to get access to our Sunday broadcast is to be a paying subscriber to watch.planestv.com. It's normally £10 a month, but we're giving you 50% off this weekend if you use the offer code Bournemouth. And to avail yourself of that, the web address once again is watch.planestv.com, and the promo code is Bournemouth. Question I spotted earlier on in the chat, and the Firebirds were flying at the time, so I didn't think then was the time to answer it, but someone did ask what happened to the display team formerly sponsored by Breitling. There's two that I suppose you could be referring to. There's the team formerly known as the Breitling Wingwalkers. We actually have them here at this show. They don't currently have a sponsor. They're known as the Aero Superbatics Wingwalkers now. And then following on from that, there's also the Breitling Jet Team. The Breitling Jet Team, operated by Apache Aviation, and they have not found a sponsor and are not currently operating as a display team. But the L-39s are still very much owned and operated by Apache Aviation for other duties. Well, the BBMF slot time has now passed, and thinking about the weather around the country, it is entirely possible that they haven't made it to Bournemouth today. We can see and hear the Typhoon in the hold. So it is possible, perhaps, that we will be turning next to the Typhoon FGR4 of the Royal Air Force to provide the next part of our day's entertainment. Oh, I know this is an ever popular performance that many of you are looking forward to. The aircraft now running in from the left by the look of it. Flown this year by Flight Lieutenant Matt Brighty. And he has designed an absolutely thrilling display sequence, including some manoeuvres that we haven't seen from Typhoon displays before. I'll be talking to you about those very shortly, but here comes the Royal Air Force Typhoon FGR-4. The Typhoon entered RAF service in 2003 and took over quick reaction alert duties in 2007. It made its combat debut in 2011 as part of Operation Eleni, enforcing the no-fly zone over Libya. But this is a fleet that is shortly to undergo substantial changes, and that includes the retirement of Tranche 1 aircraft like this one. And this particular aeroplane, known as Blackjack, is expected to be retired later this year. These Tranche 1 Typhoons are not especially capable. They serve only as air defence fighters, armed with short and medium range air-to-air missiles. They have very limited ground attack capabilities. However, the Tranche 2 and 3 Typhoons are much more advanced and are about to go through a very substantial upgrade, including the integration of active electronically scanned array radar, which will make this a viable aircraft to take over some roles normally adopted by the F-35. That upgrade should be completed by the end of this decade. The Tranche 1s, however, cannot be easily fitted with that radar. One of the features of Typhoon displays are always some lovely on-crowd manoeuvres. We're getting one now, a half Cuban with descending rolls as the aircraft comes back towards us. And now we're about to see a manoeuvre that hasn't been part of an RAF fast jet display for quite some time. There are 28 manoeuvres that Typhoon display pilots can choose from when constructing their display. This is one of them, a slow aileron roll. And quite incredible to see that slow roll rate demonstrated. A lot of cross control required to keep the aircraft in level flight. At full deflection, the Typhoon is limited to 250 degrees per second in roll rate, but I would say equally as impressive to see the aircraft rolling as slowly as was demonstrated there. And talking of slow, we go from a slow roll to a slow pass. A very good demonstration of the aircraft's high angle of attack capabilities. Aircraft is limited to 24 degrees of angle of attack, although it looks like rather more than that as it approaches us on the left 45 degree line there in a slow pass. This was an interesting innovation to Typhoon displays that came about 2 years ago, performing these slow passes towards the crowd rather than from left to right. And now get ready. Quite have time to finish that sentence. I was going to say get ready for the roar of those two EJ200 engines as the aircraft powers from a slow pass into a loop. about to see the Typhoon's exceptional turning capabilities. Around about 23 degrees per second in a sustained turn this aircraft is capable of. Here we see a 360 degree maximum rate, minimum radius turn. A good amount of vapour there as the aircraft on the top surface, as the air on the top surface of the wings is cooled below the dew point and the vapour within it condenses. Quite an interesting manoeuvre here. This is another of those half Cubans that we saw earlier. I described the Firebirds flying a half Cuban. Well, when the aircraft pops out, we see it recovering in the knife edge. Again, something we haven't seen from Typhoon displays in recent years, giving us a lovely view of the plan form of this aeroplane. Painted especially for airshow duties. It received this paint scheme in 2021. Originally it was intended to be around for just 2 years. They extended it for a further year through the 2023 display season, but this is one of its final airshow appearances before the aircraft is retired. Classic aerobatic manoeuvre coming up. This is called a derry turn. 2/3 of a roll, sorry, 3/4 of a roll, and then pulling off to our left hand side. That was a manoeuvre developed in combat. Used to fool your enemy that you were about to turn in one direction, but then continuing the roll and turning in the other direction instead. As for the name Derry Turn, well, it was popularised at air shows by the legendary test pilot John Derry in the late 1940s. In the UK, that's how we know it today. There are other parts of the world in which a Derry Turn is known instead as a Canadian break. Well, here comes the Typhoon now for its final pass, a vertical departure with some more aileron rolls. Wait to see it again this evening, performing at sunset. Always quite a sight. Well, I did start talking about Typhoon upgrades and the changes that are being made to the Typhoon fleet. It's a little bit difficult to talk over the sound of those EJ200 engines. But we do have a quiet moment now, so we'll perhaps talk a little bit more about that. So all the Typhoons in RAF service are known as Typhoon FGR-4s, which stands for Fighter, Ground Attack and Reconnaissance. Tranche 2 and 3 Typhoons do have those capabilities, but these Tranche 1s, as I mentioned, are exclusively air defence fighters. And although it's possible to upgrade them to Tranche 2 or 3 standard, that would require substantial modifications to the aircraft software, as well as a redesign of the forward bulkhead if it were to accommodate larger electronically scanned array radar. That would be a very costly process. So instead, the government plans to retire the entire Tranche 1 Typhoon fleet by 2025, even though on average there's about 60% of their fatigue lives remaining. But this particular Typhoon is very close to the end of its fatigue life, and thus will be retired later this year. It comes from 29 Squadron, formerly 29 Reserve Squadron at RAF Coningsby, which is the Typhoon Operational Conversion Unit used for training new Typhoon pilots. They were already qualified to fly fast jets generally, but haven't checked out on the Typhoon specifically. So next up, we have a complete change of pace with the Slingsby T-67M Firefly Mark II, flown by Rod Dean. This is one of the few aircraft that is not coming to us from Bournemouth Airport, but is instead operating from Redhill, just south of London. But we're just watching the Typhoon now, returning to Bournemouth Airport, giving them a nice fly past by the look of it as he breaks into the circuit. Becky Grant says, is the code Bournemouth to get subscription for a £5? Yes, it is. That is subscription to watch.planestv.com for £5 for the first month. After that, it reverts to the normal price of £10 a month. But we do hope you'll stay with us to enjoy that 30-year back catalogue of programmes, plus, of course, any future live streams that go out on the watch.planestv.com service. That includes later this season the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show. Next year, of course, there will be many more, and typically the Royal International Air Tattoo is broadcast on that service as well. So if you want to watch RIAT from first arrival to last departure, watch.planestv.com is the place to do it. The next of our display items, which is actually not due for a little while due to the cancellation of the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, due at past, but actually running in now. Here's Rod Dean in the Slingsby Firefly, starting with a stall turn, decelerating to almost nil airspeed, then pivoting around that right wingtip. Going straight from that into a loop. And what a difference in noise. This aircraft has a 100 horsepower Continental 0200 engine. Whole different story from the Typhoon. Started out in life, this design, as the Fournier RF6, which was designed as a motor glider by the great René Fournier, who's still alive today at the age of more than 100. But unfortunately, it didn't sell well. Only 40 had been produced when the Fournier Aircraft Company collapsed, and the design was picked up by Slingsby here in the UK. They fitted it with a much more powerful engine, 160 horsepower fuel-injected Lycoming AEIO 540 rather than the 100 horsepower Continental that I mentioned earlier, fitted to the originals. And they began marketing the aircraft as an aerobatic training aircraft, and indeed as a military training aircraft as well. The military version, as we see here, is distinctive largely because it has an expanded cockpit canopy to accommodate military-grade helmets and parachutes. Perhaps most notably, it served with the United States, but also with the Royal Air Force up until 2010, whereupon it was replaced by the RAF Tutor. Many pilots actually preferred the Firefly to the Tutor. The Firefly has a better roll rate and a little more power, but it wasn't an ideal training aircraft because it had rather poor spin recovery characteristics, which did unfortunately lead to a number of accidents. Well, we're going to see a lovely barrel roll on the left 45-degree line now. A lovely chance to see why this manoeuvre is called a barrel roll. As you see the Firefly transcribing the shape of the edge of a barrel. Positive G all the way round. And then repositioning for that other classic aerobatic manoeuvre. A wing over to come back from our right, and then Rod will be flying a loop. So let's talk a little bit about Rob. He's in his 51st display season now. A Royal Air Force veteran of 21 years, during which time he flew such aircraft as the Meteor and the Gnat. He was also a display pilot on the Hawker Hunter. In the civilian world, he's displayed all manner of classic jets, T-33s, Sabres, Hunters, Vampires, Venoms and more. That includes leading an award-winning 5-ship Hunter display at the Royal International Air Tattoo in 2001. He's also flown several piston warbirds, from the Spitfire to the Corsair, and he lists as one of his career highlights leading the 19-aircraft big wing display at the Battle of Britain Air Show 2000, and that was one of the first really big Spitfire and Hurricane formations that have become a stalwart of Battle of Britain air shows at Duxford in recent years. Indeed, we'll be seeing just that at their Battle of Britain air show in 2 weeks' time, which will be broadcast on watch.planestv.com for our paying subscribers there. More recently, he spent several years as the head of the Civil Aviation Authority General Aviation Unit. That's the department responsible for regulating air displays. He can also be found on flying control committees at air shows around the UK, and he displays this Slingsby Firefly. We'll be seeing now a 360-degree turn. And we come into some energy neutral manoeuvres now. Those first high energy manoeuvres, loops and tall barrel rolls and the likes, do tend to burn through a bit of altitude. And now as Rod approaches the minimum altitude at which he is permitted to fly, we do go into these flatter energy neutral manoeuvres. And next up, he'll be showing us the slow speed characteristics of this aircraft with a slow pass, but at a considerably lower angle of attack than we saw from the Typhoon, of course. You very quickly find yourself in trouble at 24 degrees angle of attack in a Firefly or any GA aircraft. Brendan asks, will they ever put these kind of planes back into service? Well, in British service, no. The training requirements of the Royal Air Force, the elementary training requirements at least, are being met currently by the GROB prefect and the GROB tutor. Primarily the prefect nowadays. The tutor's been relegated to secondary roles. And there's a very good reason for that. First of all, the prefect is considerably more powerful and has rather better performance than either the tutor or the Firefly, but also it has a full glass cockpit, and that is vital for preparing student pilots to operate the latest fast jet and transport aircraft. The Slingsby Firefly has a steam gauge cockpit, and it's just not representative of frontline aircraft used by the Royal Air Force nowadays. that is the end of Rob Dean's performance. And I see some of you in the chat have already spotted that our next two display items are en route to join us here at Bournemouth. We're expecting them to arrive in formation. That is the Westland Wasp and the Fairy Swordfish, both coming to us from Navy Wings, operating from their base at Yeovilton today. We're expecting to see a couple of passes in formation and then solo displays from each. Now this is where our vantage point here on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel really comes into its own, because we should be looking down on these aircraft at points. I was going to say landlocked shots. I suppose I really mean sea-locked shots, but that's not really a word. We have spotted in formation the Wasp and the Swordfish, flying under the name Taranto formation today. Still quite some way out for the time being, but we will try and get a camera on it as soon as possible for you. Arriving from our right hand side, and you'll know this if you've been with us since the start of the broadcast. We've mentioned it a couple of times. We do have a fairly limited view to our right, so we'll pick them up long before they get to show centre, of course, but we might not be able to bring you shots of the run-in. We're shooting from the roof of the Cumberland Hotel here on Bournemouth seafront, and parts of the roof structure do obscure our view ever so slightly at times. Anyone asking about the Battle of Britain Memorial flight? They have a new display slot scheduled just after the Red Arrows at 17:30. I see a bit of discussion about the Typhoon and the possibility of upgrading those Tranche 1 Typhoons. There has been an investigation conducted by BAE Systems into whether that upgrade is possible, allowing those Tranche 1 Typhoons to accommodate the newer radar. Yes, it is possible, and there are other nations that are making that modification. The British government has decided it's not cost effective, and those aircraft are not going to be replaced. There's about 30 Tranche 1 Typhoons in total, so the Typhoon fleet will be reducing by 30 or so over the next couple of years. There's plenty of other nations who see things totally differently. The Italians don't use the Typhoon for the ground attack or reconnaissance roles at all anyway. They are exclusively air defence fighters with the Italian Air Force. Nonetheless, the fact that those upgrades are possible, Eurofighter hopes, will stimulate a further 200 or so export orders to the likes of Saudi Arabia and other Middle Eastern customers. Well, here come the Swordfish and the Wasp, arriving in formation, hopefully a couple of passes from them before they break into their solo displays. Both of these aircraft are operated by Navy wings. One of several aircraft operated by them, including several that aren't flying at the moment, Sea Fury and very badly damaged Sea Vixen, unfortunately, which will probably not fly again. The Sea Hawk that they own is planned to return to flight at some point in the next couple of years. Navy Wings have also recently announced the intention to bring an airworthy Fairy Gannet to the UK in the near future. The Wasp that we're expecting to see a solo display from first. An aircraft that was developed from another Westland helicopter product, the Westland Scout, which was a light general purpose helicopter developed for the British Army in the 1950s. The Wasp came along in 1960, and it was effectively a navalised version of that, designed in response to a requirement for a new manned anti-submarine platform. That's very similar to the role fulfilled by the Swordfish. Compared to the Scouts, there were a few key differences. Integration with different weapon systems, of course. The likes of the Mark 46 torpedo, Mark 44 depth charge, and the Nord S11 wire-guided missile. But there are also some very visible differences that we can see externally. Chief among them, the Scout has skids, whereas the Wasp has those rather ungainly looking free cast-ring wheels hanging down beneath it. That allows the Wasp to be manoeuvred easily on the deck of a ship. If you were to see it parked on the ground, there's another big difference to the Scout as well, which is that the tail boom and rotor blades were foldable to reduce the amount of hangar space required. In terms of operation, there was a big difference as well, which is that the Wasp, unlike the Scout, has a reverse pitch setting for the rotor blades, which effectively produces inverse lift, allowing the helicopter to be stuck to the deck of a ship until it could be properly secured with ropes and chains. Several other modifications were made to improve safety in the marine environment. Extra fuel tanks in the cabin for increased range, and the addition of large inflatables on either side of the cabin so the helicopter would float upright if it ever had to ditch at sea. The Wasp was an effective anti-submarine platform, but it was also used in the commando assault role. In British service, though, it was mainly used for light transport and resupply based aboard small surface vessels. It was gradually phased out and replaced by the Westland Lynx starting in the 1970s, with the final Wasps leaving British service in 1988. Although the Royal Navy was the main operator of the Wasp, it also flew in the service of several export customers, 6 of them in total. The final Wasp operator was Malaysia. They received their first Wasps in 1988, the same year in which they were retired from British service, and it continued to operate them until the turn of the millennium. Wasp's real moment of glory came during the conflict in the Falkland Islands, when 1 Wasp from HMS Plymouth and 2 from HMS Endurance scored hits on the Argentine submarine Santa Fe, damaging it badly enough that the submarine was unable to submerge. The crew abandoned their submarine and surrendered in South Georgia, and that became the first engagement of the British task force in the conflict. Watching Navy helicopters, or ex-Navy helicopters in this case. Alan Q asks whether the Black Cats are active this year. Well, it was the plan earlier this season to have a 2-ship Black Cats display. The first time there's been a 2-ship Black Cats display since about 2016. So that was rather exciting news, but it doesn't seem to have come to fruition, sadly, and I'm not actually aware of any of the scheduled events that the team listed earlier this season actually having been attended. Certainly 2-ship practice displays did take place at Yeovilton earlier this year. Well, that completes the display from the Westland Wasp, giving us a very photogenic bow at show centre and then departing off to our left. Holding out to our right, the Fairy Swordfish has been waiting for its turn. Matt says land it on the Cumberland Hotel, and Ethan points out that they could do that, but there'll probably be no live stream coverage of the rest of the weekend. Well, yes, I think that's a fair comment. I have stood very close, not to a wasp, but I suppose it was a wasp. Very close to a wasp as it took off once, and I mean like 10 metres away, and it was difficult holding on to things. I had to shut my eyes because of the amount of dust and grass that was being whipped up, but I think that's enough Wasp talk now as we turn to the Fairy Swordfish Mark I, which has now begun its display. This, an aircraft type that entered service in 1936, despite being pretty much obsolete by that time. It served with the Fleet Air Arm, but also with the Royal Canadian Air Force and the Royal Netherlands Navy. Swordfish was initially used in the fleet attack role, and it did indeed sink one ship and damage two others during the Battle of Taranto in 1940. The Swordfish sank a greater tonnage of Axis shipping than any other Allied aircraft during the war, despite being pretty much obsolete, and it remained in frontline service until VE Day, even outliving some of the aircraft types that have been intended to replace it. Navy Wings have two Swordfish aircraft. This is a Mark I, W5856. It's currently the only flying example in the world. It's also the oldest surviving Swordfish, and I'm including static and preserved examples in that count. It was built in 1941 by Blackburn Aircraft, so it would have been known as a Blackfish rather than a Swordfish in its service career, but we tend to refer to it as a Swordfish now because the Blackfish name has not been particularly well remembered. I suppose it's much the same as with the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron's MiG-15. Technically it's not a MiG-15, it's an SB Lim 2, but no one would know what we were talking about if we referred to it as an SB Lim 2, and it's very much the same thing here. So after being built in 1941 by Blackburn, she was used for training and trials, and was then transferred to the Royal Canadian Air Force in 1944. Post-war, she ended up on the civilian market and passed through several civilian operators, including one farmer who apparently wanted to convert the aircraft into a crop sprayer. She eventually found her way to Scotland in the 1970s, by that time very badly corroded, and was purchased by British Aerospace in 1990 for restoration to flight. After having been restored, she was gifted to the Royal Navy Historic Flight in 1993 and displayed with them at air shows until 2003, when she was grounded due to a problem with her wing spar. Unfortunately, that grounding spanned more than a decade. She didn't return to flight until 2015, but she's been flying ever since then and now wears the colour scheme of 820 Naval Air Squadron and an aircraft that participated in the attack on the Bismarck. Navy Wing's other Swordfish, the Mark II, hasn't flown for a few years now, but the intention is that it will fly again at some point soon. Like I say, there is an intention also that they will soon be able to fly their Seahawk and perhaps one day soon a Fairy Gannet that they are in the process of taking delivery of. Bit of talk about the Eurofighter. People asking when the Typhoon is going to display. It has been and gone relatively early in our flying programme, but we are going to get some more Typhoon action today at 1940 as part of our sunset show, so do stick with us for the rest of the day. Well, Ian, who has a slightly better view of proceedings than I do, says it looks like the Swordfish has completed its display. I'd love to tell you with a bit more certainty, but we're sort of marooned up here on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel. We're very kindly hosting us, but it does mean that we're not connected to the commentary system or the flying display director, so there's a little bit of guesswork involved from us in working out what's going on. Thoroughly worth it though, because it is the most fantastic viewpoint. We're quite close to show centre. I would guess probably a couple of 100 feet above the height of the water as well, up here on it would be the 5th floor of the roof. Sounds to me like the Swordfish isn't done yet. Final pass from the Swordfish, a lovely wing rock to end the display. As the Swordfish departs, there's a bit of discussion in the chat about some of the scenery that we've been witnessing in the background of these shots, and in particular some white cliffs over to our left-hand side, which once the Swordfish has departed, we will get you a close-up of, and some discussion about whether they're the White Cliffs of Dover or on the Isle of Wight. Well, it is the Isle of Wight, and those are the world-famous Needles that we can see in the distance, about 20 kilometres away as the crow flies. So there we see it on Adrian's camera now. The farthest extremity of the Isle of Wight there, well, closest extremity I should say in relation to us, and then behind that headland in the distance is the southernmost tip of the island. So we are now in sight of our next aircraft, which is currently holding to our left, and that is, in a way, a Bournemouth debut. Yakovlev Yak 50, flown by Paul Farmer. We have seen Yak 50s here before. We have probably seen this Yak 50 here before, flying with the Yakovlev's aerobatic team. The Yakovlev's a wonderful team, founded in 1999. They own 9 Yak 50s and Yak 52s, and they flew displays with 2, 4 and occasionally even 6 aircraft right across the world. They flew across Europe as well as in India and China, but the team was sadly disbanded at the end of the 2022 display season. That was due to the collapse of several business opportunities in the Middle East, as well as the increasing cost and complexity of operating a large aerobatic team. Very sad to see the end of that outfit, but the aircraft still exist, and we're about to see one of them presented as a solo act, flown, as I mentioned, by Paul Farmer, who is a former member of the Yakovlevs. He joined the Yakovlevs in 2018. He actually has quite a bit of airshow experience because he's an ex-Royal Air Force Chinook pilot, and he actually displayed the Chinook in 2012 and 2013. He then took a role in 2014 mentoring the next Chinook display pilot. He's also served on flying control committees at air shows around the UK and is a display authorization examiner. That is one of the individuals nominated to approve display pilots and give them the qualification they require to perform to spectators. We have a system here in the UK called the display authorization system. And if you want to display to the public, you need a display authorization, and it's broken down into categories in various different ways. There's categories in terms of the power of the aircraft that you're going to display. There's also categories in terms of the type of maneuver you're allowed to fly, so fly past DA or basic aerobatics, intermediate, unlimited aerobatics is the highest of those bands. And then there's another set of criteria as well, which is your heights. So you generally have two heights. You'll have a fly past minima, which might be 100 feet, it might even be 30 feet for the most experienced pilots, and then you have an aerobatic minima, which is typically 200 or 300 feet, sometimes higher. So every DA is slightly different depending on who owns it, what they intend to fly and what they intend to do with it. Plus, of course, a judgment is taken based on their skill level and the safety margins that they wish to operate under. There's various other add-ons to DAs as well, so the ability to lead formations of various sizes or participate in formations of various sizes, tail chase display authorizations, DA amendments that allow you to display at night or display with remote control models. It's all very highly regulated and has become quite a complex system. But the UK DA system is generally seen in a lot of the world as the world standard. It's quite interesting talking to airshow professionals from countries that don't have DAs, like France, and often the opinion is that actually they really want a system like this because it would make life so much easier. In France, for example, there's kind of a compromise system where before a pilot is able to perform to the public, they need to have performed a certain number of practices within a certain time. Any formation display needs to have been practiced exactly 3 times. The precise routine with the precise aircraft. And that's really quite prohibitive when it comes to one-off formation stuff. They would love to have a DA system like ours and be able to just say, well, obviously these guys are formation competent, let them crack on. The slot time for that Yak 50 is in 3 minutes' time. It is still in the hold at the moment, off to our left-hand side. And I'll just run everyone through the rest of the running order for today, especially if anyone has just joined us. After the Yak, we're going to have a very interesting comparison with a wholly different type of aerobatic machine, Rich Goodwin in his jet-powered Pits S2S. Then we have the Vampire FB52, the Chinook HC6A from the Royal Air Force, the OV-10B Bronco coming to us from Belgium, the Tutor T1, then the Rolls-Royce Heritage flight with the Spitfire PR-19 and P-51D Mustang, and at 5 o'clock we have the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. That will conclude the afternoon portion of our flying display, and it will be followed by the evening flying display, starting at 19:40, featuring the Typhoon, the Firebirds, Otto the helicopter, and the Tigers parachute display team. We are here tomorrow and the day after as well, live on YouTube once again for tomorrow's show, and then on Sunday we will be broadcasting in a slightly different format. In order to watch Sunday's broadcast, you will either need to be a channel member here on YouTube, or you will need to be a subscriber to our paid on-demand video service, watch.planestv.com. That costs £10 a month. It gives you access to all of our live broadcasts and our extensive back catalogue of on-demand programmes stretching back more than 30 years. It's normally £10 a month, but if you use the discount code Bournemouth, capital B, lowercase Bournemouth, that's Bournemouth with a capital B, that will give you 50% off your first month subscription. Well, the smoke is on. Here comes Paul Farmer in the Yak 50. Now there is, I think, something quite agricultural looking about the Yak 50, but nothing could be further from the truth. This is a purpose-built competition aerobatics aircraft developed in the Soviet Union in the 1970s specifically for their national aerobatic team. It was used extensively by the Soviet national aerobatic team at top-level competitions. Its competition debut was in 1976 at the World Aerobatic Championships in Kyiv that year, where Yak 50s finished first and second in the men's competition. In the women's competition, they did even better. They finished first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. The Yak 50 then won a second World Aerobatic Championship title in 1982. Now, we don't see quite the same level of performance from Yak 50s nowadays as we would have done back then, because the Yak 50s used by the Soviet National Aerobatic Team were flown to their limits and sometimes beyond. The aircraft were so much flown to the limit that they had to be retired after just 50 flight hours in many cases. After that point, there was so much stress that had been imposed on the wing spar that they simply became unsafe to operate. It's just a mad thing to think about, really. Aircraft being produced with the intention of only flying them for 50 hours before retirement, and a fairly limited production run as well. Just 312 Yak 50s rolled off the production line. Most of them were delivered directly to the Soviet aerobatic team, and many of those, as I mentioned, were simply broken up for scrap after just a few flights. A relatively small number of Yak 50s also made their way into military ownership and were used as trainers. The last of those was retired from service in 2018. Some of those Yak 50s used by the Soviet aerobatic team, while officially scrapped, did actually make their way into civilian ownership, and around 70 of them survive today flying in private hands. We're rather more used to seeing the twin-seat version of this aircraft, the Yak 52, which was produced in far larger numbers for a huge number of military and civilian customers. It's broadly speaking the same aircraft, differentiated primarily by a longer cockpit canopy. There's two tandem seats in there and also a different undercarriage configuration. The Yak 52 has tricycle undercarriage, whereas the Yak 50 is a tail dragger. It's with good reason that the Yak 52 was fitted with that modified undercarriage design. It was always envisaged as a training aircraft for the military, and there aren't any frontline military jets with tail wheels anymore, so teaching students to fly in tail draggers is really rather pointless. Much better to put a nose wheel on there, and more representative of the aircraft that those students would go on to fly thereafter. I'd just like to say welcome to Stefan Newnham, who has joined us as a channel member. Stefan, thank you very much. It's people like you that encourage us to get out and do these free streams, and as a little thank you, we will be doing that Sunday live stream. exclusively for our on-demand subscribers and our YouTube channel members, so Stephanie, you will be able to enjoy that broadcast on Sunday. Thank you very much. Jerry F asks, does the King and family come down to the show? And Jerry's watching from America by the sounds of it, on the basis of some of the other comments earlier. No, we have about 50 air shows per year in the UK. The King would be a bit busy if he went to all of them. The royal family have been known on occasion to pop into the Royal International Air Tattoo. But never at Bournemouth, as far as I know. Incidentally, if anybody's watching this display and thinking that it looks like rather good fun and maybe you've got rather a lot of money at your disposal, pretty much the entire Yakovlev team and their assets are up for sale at the moment. You can buy a ready-made aerobatic display team. Well, there is the final pass by Paul Farmer. Lovely to see a rather different side of the Yak 50 to usual. Although I will always have fond memories of that Yakovlev display team 6-ship routine, which we never actually saw in the UK. That is a crying shame, given that they're based here. It was only ever performed at 4 events, 2 of them in China and 2 of them in France. Their final ever air show, it turns out, was a 6-ship display at Paris Air Legend at Moulin-Villaroche last year in September. And they were due to have a farewell season this year. They were going to do a couple of 6-ship displays in the UK, one at Woodchurch, unfortunately that event didn't go ahead, and another one at the Midlands Air Festival. Possibly some more that never got publicised, but sadly the team's financial position and the general complexity of their operation was such that they decided to end their operations even earlier than planned, and we never got to see that 6-ship display here in the UK. I personally feel very lucky to have seen it both in China and France on a couple of occasions, because it was absolutely wonderful. They really filled the sky so well. My sister just sending a message to say she's going to buy the display team. Well, you're getting yourself into a whole world of pain there. Another question from Jerry F. He's just asking, are there any Spitfires this year? Yes, we do have Spitfires ×2 coming up today. The first of those Spitfires will be displaying with the Rolls-Royce Heritage flight at 16:26 BST. And then at 17:30 we will have the Battle of Britain Memorial flight. We are hoping to see them performing a 3-ship display with a Spitfire, Hurricane and their Lancaster. We've just seen an aerobatic performance by a World Aerobatic Championship winning aircraft of the 70s. Well, here comes another very high performance aerobatic machine that I see Ian is just swinging his camera around to show to you. Still in the hold and waiting to start the display for the moment. But a quite remarkable aircraft coming up next in the form of Rich Goodwin's jet-powered Pits S2S. We are about to see an aircraft that has been many years in the making. It has been modified with a custom designed wing, larger control surfaces, a modified uprated engine, and most importantly, a pair of Lynx turbojet engines on either side of the nose. That gives the aircraft, in combination with its piston engine, a total thrust-to-weight ratio of 1.1 to 1. It's been designed by Eddie Saurenman, who designed the Yak 110 and Jet Wacko in the United States, and it made its airshow debut in May 2023 at Bidford Wings and Wheels, which now flies both this aircraft and the more conventional Pits on the airshow circuit. I'm very pleased to see the jet version here today. Outstanding performance in the vertical plane, theoretically capable of hovering indefinitely, although, as Ian described earlier, when it does hover, the torque of the engine causes the aircraft to rotate, and after a while that can become fairly disorientating, I'm sure. So we don't see any indefinite hovers, but we see some fairly, we see them sustained for a good 5 or 10 seconds or so. So here we go, starting the display with a knife edge pass, Rich Goodwin in the jet pits. And there, a first look at that incredible performance in the vertical plane, pulling up from a slow knife edge pass into a steep vertical climb and holding in the hover for a few seconds before sliding out of the hover and departing inverted. I'm hoping tomorrow I might be joined up here on the roof by a member of Rich's team to help talk us through this display and some of the nuances of the aircraft design. But now Rich will approach from the left. We'll see another little bit of knife edge flying here. In the form of a 4-point hesitation roll. There we have an inverted flat turn, wings level, and just using that enormous rudder to rotate the aircraft through about 270 degrees while keeping those wings level. The ailerons are doing very little, if anything. Of course, the effectiveness of that rudder is being substantially improved by the fact that all of that prop wash is being directed towards it. The two turbojet engines are canted out sideways slightly. They don't direct their exhaust towards the tailplane because there's a chance that the heat could damage the fuselage structure and the skin. Rich is a former Royal Air Force Tornado GR1 pilot. He's now a commercial airline pilot. He's been flying competition aerobatics for more than 30 years, and for the past decade or so he's been one of the leading aerobatic pilots on the British airshow circuit. Now that is a very impressive manoeuvre, a mini loop, perhaps also known as a cool bit, That was the Russian fighter jet version of that manoeuvre, a very tight loop. There is one of those prop hangs, almost a hover. Actually, it's a little bit of a trick of perspective. The aircraft positioning itself into wind, so it appears to be staying static, but actually it is carrying some airspeed and flying with a very high angle of attack. We're expecting to see here is a torque roll. Yes, indeed, that is what we're getting. And I was mentioning earlier how the aircraft is unable to hover without spinning because of the torque produced by the propeller. The ailerons at this point have no effect because there is no forward airspeed. That is the forces induced by the propeller causing the aircraft to rotate. It initially hovers briefly and then slides backwards through its own smoke. Snap rolls in alternating directions as Rich flies a split S but with some added pizzazz. And now a barrel roll with further snap rolls on the top. There he goes, a snap roll, also known as a flick roll in the United States. One wing of the aircraft stalled in order to induce a very rapid rotation of the aircraft. Another of those prop hangs. Sharp TM asks, what's the jet engine noise in the background? That is not in the background. This aircraft has two linked turbojet engines, one fitted either side of the nose. That's what gives it such an incredible power-to-weight ratio. A new addition to the circuit for 2023. It's been very much anticipated for several years now. It's been, well, it always seems to have been about 6 months away for quite some time. A lot of bureaucratic obstacles to contend with. The end of Rich's display, slightly different from his normal sequence, so it's been a bit of a challenge to try and work out exactly what manoeuvre to expect at any one time. But this is his traditional final pass. What a lovely duet. The two Lynx turbojets combined with the sound of that modified, highly tuned Lycoming AEIO 540 engine. As we have one final flourish from Rich Goodwin. Christine Cockford asks, could it fly on jets alone? No, they're not sufficiently powerful for that. It can taxi using the jets alone, though, and if you ever see this aircraft at an airfield show, then one of Rich's party tricks is that he lands, then shuts down his piston engine and taxis back to his parking position with the propeller not moving. It is an utterly bizarre sight. Oh, we're getting one extra pass, a lovely wing rock. Say thank you very much to Rich Goodwin, such a stalwart of the British airshow scene, bringing some noise and smoke to the Bournemouth Air Festival. Typically exciting style for him. It's looking like we've had a slight deviation from the schedule that I've been given at this point, because out to our front now we have in the hold the Royal Air Force Chinook HC-6A. I was expecting that it would be the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron Vampire next. We shall keep our eyes peeled. And I think I'm going to use this short interlude just to say hello to anyone who has joined us recently, and if you're new to Plains TV, thank you very much for joining our live coverage of the Bournemouth Air Festival 2023. We are a specialist aviation broadcaster. We've been doing this for 30 years or so, and more than 30 years now, and built up quite an archive of airshow material filmed right around the world. We're broadcasting the first 3 days of the Bournemouth Air Festival free to view here on YouTube. If you want to watch the final day on Sunday, then you can do so either by becoming a channel member here on YouTube, which I think costs £5 a month. That's just a way of encouraging us and saying thank you, really. We're doing this special one-off Sunday stream as it's a bit of an experiment, really, to see whether it does bring about many new channel memberships. But the other way to watch it is to subscribe to our full on-demand aviation streaming service, watch.plainstv.com. That gives you access to our full back catalogue of programmes stretching back 30 years, plus many of our recent live streams, including full coverage of recent Royal International Air Tattoos. There's a number of live broadcasts that go exclusively out on the watch.plainstv.com service. This Sunday's stream will be available there. It usually costs £10 a month, but we're giving you a special 50% discount by using the code Bournemouth. Let's stop talking about Planes TV and introduce instead the aircraft that has just entered the display area. Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron's Vampire FB-52. The Vampire was the UK's second operational jet-powered aircraft. It first flew in 1943 and entered service in 1946. It was designed predominantly as an interceptor fighter bomber, as an interceptor fighter and fighter bomber, and it saw combat service on multiple occasions, including during the Malayan Emergency, the Egyptian Revolution and the Indo-Pakistan War. The Vampire also saw extensive use as a training aircraft and remained in service in the training role well into the 1970s. Good view during that barrel roll of the aircraft's unusual twin-boom design. That was a design choice chosen in order to maximise engine efficiency. Early jet engines functioned at their best when they had very short intakes and exhaust pipes. Wasn't a problem on the likes of the Meteor, where the engines were housed in pods under the wings, but the de Havilland chose to mount the engine inside the fuselage, and this twin boom layout was a way of minimising the length of the fuselage and therefore minimising the length of the tailpipe and improving the efficiency of the engine, while at the same time still allowing for a relatively conventional positioning of the control surfaces. Vampires claimed many world firsts. In 1945, a Vampire became the first jet-powered aircraft to take off and land from an aircraft carrier in the hands of the legendary test pilot Eric Winkle Brown. In 1948, a modified Vampire set a new world altitude record of 59,446 feet. And later that year, the Vampire became the first jet-powered aircraft to equip an aerobatic display team when the RAF's 54 Squadron display team began performing with a trio of Vampire F3s. Later on in 1948, on the 14th of July, those Vampires of the 54 Squadron display team claimed another world first when they became the first jet-powered aircraft to cross the Atlantic, and that was as part of a goodwill tour to the United States. More than 3,000 Vampires were produced, and they were used by in excess of 30 nations, spanning every inhabited continent. This particular aircraft is a Vampire FB-52, the export version of the FB-6 single-seat fighter bomber. Over 1,200 of those were produced, most of them being manufactured under license in Switzerland, Italy, Sweden and India. This particular variant was fitted with a Rolls-Royce Goblin 3 engine, producing 3,300 pounds of thrust. It could be armed with a pair of 500-pound bombs, 8 rockets and 4 20mm cannons. this specific aircraft spent its service career with the Swiss Air Force. It is operated today by the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron, commemorating the fact that 36 Vampire FB-52s were operated by the Royal Norwegian Air Force from 1949 until 1957. The organisation is a very much valued supporter of the British airshow scene. They typically base several of their aircraft in the UK each summer. Last year they based one of their 2 Vampires and their MiG-15 here in the UK. This year it is just the Vampire that's based here. And next year I've heard they intend to base their rarely seen CT-133 Silver Star here in the UK for a season of shows. Now I know this is what we refer to as a backlit venue, but I hope you can make out the markings on this aircraft, because they are particularly notable in this of all years. Temporary markings for the 2023 season in the colours of the Italian Air Force to mark 100 years of that air arm. Well, I say that, while we started today's live stream and Ian and I were doing a little bit of warm-up chat, I said, why not join me in Pedantry Corner and we'll discuss whether this really is the 100th anniversary of the Italian Air Force this year. Let's go over that again. So Italian military aviation dates back to the 1880s. It was in 1923 that the first independent Italian air arm was formed. And that is the centenary that we mark this year. In actual fact, that air arm hasn't operated continuously. In the Second World War, it was effectively partitioned into 2 competing entities, one aligned with the Axis powers and the other with the Allies. And then subsequent to that, the modern Italian Air Force was created in 1946 when Italy became a republic. So it's a slightly tenuous anniversary, but it has been very much celebrated in Italy. They held a fantastic centenary airshow at Pratica di Mare earlier this year, where they had all manner of aircraft representing historic types operated by the Italian Air Force. We had an F-104 and a G-91 in the flying display. It was amazing. This aircraft wasn't there. It was painted up in these colours for the Royal International Air Tattoo, where the Italian Air Force centenary was also a major theme of the show. And the Vampire is particularly important in the history of the Italian Air Force because this is the first jet aircraft type that they operated. They purchased 84 night fighter and fighter bomber Vampires from the UK, with the first of them entering service in 1950. 150 more Vampires, FB-52 variants like this, were also manufactured in Italy by Fiat. Italy's first post-war aerobatic team, to pronounce some Italian here, Cavallino Rampante, which means the prancing horses, they use the Vampire as well. So a hugely significant aircraft in the history of Italian aviation. What a treat to see it here at the Bournemouth Air Festival, completing its display. And we now await the Chinook, but as we do, just going to glance at the chat and see if there's any particular questions. I see Roy Bixby saying airshows used to fly lower. Is this because of safety reasons? Well, I was explaining the DA system earlier on, and perhaps it is the case that DAs nowadays tend to be a bit more restrictive. I don't think much has changed in that regard in the last 15-20 years. What I would say is we are at a seaside show here, and seaside shows here in the UK do have a blanket minimum altitude of 100 feet. That is because of something called the goldfish bowl effect. Often difficult to make out a horizon, no clear reference points when you're over the water. Sometimes there's a bit of sea haze around. So to introduce a bit of a safety buffer here in the UK, any show over the sea, there is a 100-foot minimum altitude for everyone, regardless of what their DA altitude minima is. For aerobatics, I don't know of anyone who has an aerobatic DA minima below 200 feet. The vast majority of that display was aerobatic. I would guess the DA minima was probably 200, 300 feet, maybe even more for the Vampire. So, yeah, not the lowest of displays, but with good reason. We do have pilots who are qualified to come down much lower than that in certain situations. Rich Goodwin at an overland show can come down to 30 feet for his non-aerobatic passes. 100 feet here because of that blanket seaside minima. But those safety restrictions do work. We have an exceptional safety record for air displays here in the UK. Especially in the last 5 years or so. Oh, I see Ian swinging his camera round to catch the Chinook, which is running in directly towards us. That is our next display item, arriving on the A-axis. And just to review those terms, I do use those terms a lot during these live broadcasts. A-axis, sorry, I've got mixed up myself there. A-axis is from left to right. That's the standard display line. B-axis is what the Chinook is running in towards us on, and that is perpendicular to the A-axis. That's aircraft that are doing energy on crowd manoeuvres straight towards us, and the Chinook is arriving on the B-axis now. Not flying straight at us because we're slightly to the right of show centre. If you're familiar with Bournemouth at all, the show centre marker is it's between Bournemouth Pier and Boscombe Pier, slightly biased towards the Boscombe end. The building that the display pilots use is the Albany Apartments block. We are on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel, which is about 300 metres to the right. But here comes the Chinook approaching from show centre and about to start the display with a pedal turn.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
The Royal Air Force is the largest export customer for the Chinook. The bulk of the RAF Chinook fleet is made from HC-6A aircraft like this one. These are formerly HC-1 and HC-2s, delivered in the 1980s and 1990s, but they've been upgraded to the new HC-6 standard, roughly equivalent to what the Americans would call the CH-47D. The RAF also fields 8 HC-5s, which are roughly equivalent to the MH-64E, and 14 HC-6s. They are the newest aircraft in the fleet. And that is the UK designation for the CH-47F. The Chinook fleet is set to be bolstered further in the coming years with the arrival of 14 Block 2 H-47ER Chinooks, optimised for special operations. That order was announced a couple of years ago, with the first aircraft due to arrive in 2026. So here we see a manoeuvre called the roller coaster, a pair of nose-overs. We'll see another one now as the aircraft pitches to 50 degrees nose up. There's the pitch to 50 degrees nose up. The airspeed will bleed away, and then an abrupt forward stick input to 50 degrees nose down. Displaying this aircraft is a true team effort. The pilot only looks outside the cockpit. The co-pilot only looks down at his instruments, and it is the co-pilot's job to call out airspeeds and heights to the pilot and help him to fly the aircraft to the agreed parameters. That's all the more important at overwater displays such as this one, where it is so hard to judge height visually because of a lack of reference points. And that's why we have that 100-foot altitude minima at seaside shows, as I was just discussing. So now we're going to have one more nose over, this time from right to left. This year's display pilot is Flight Lieutenant Matthew Smith. He took over the role last year and for the first time in a few seasons redesigned the Chinook solo display sequence slightly. So the aircraft is now performing a pedal turn out to our left, and it is about to perform one of those new manoeuvres introduced for the 2022 season, but maintained in this year's display sequence. I say new manoeuvre, it's a modified manoeuvre really. What we're about to see is what's called a quick stop. It's a way of bringing the aircraft rapidly from high-speed flight into low-speed flight. Normally it was performed on the A-axis from left to right, but we're about to see it performed on the B-axis with the energy directed straight towards us, which does look rather spectacular. So there's the quick stop, and during that quick stop we've got a lovely bit of blade slap, that distinctive slapping sound that the Chinook can generate. That blade slap is caused when one rotor blade passes through the tip vortices of another. That's why it's so common to the Chinook. We've got those two large sets of rotor heads, and every time the aircraft pitches, one rotor head passes through the vortices left by the other, producing that blade slap sound. And a very good demonstration of one of the manoeuvres used in frontline combat operations coming up very shortly. We're about to see the Chinook's climb performance demonstrated in a manoeuvre called the Gorney Corkscrew. This is a very special kind of tactical climb that was used to take off from a combat zone while using minimal airspace in narrow-sided valleys. You're going to see the aircraft rotating as it climbs, and the reason for this is because the Chinook has 3 machine guns, one on the rear ramp and one on either side of the aircraft, but nothing on the front. So in order to protect itself from threats on all sides in these narrow valleys, the aircraft rotates to make sure that any one area is covered by those 3 machine guns most of the time. It's no longer actually used. Alternatives have been developed, but used in the Bosnian conflict, as I mentioned. So another great opportunity to hear some blade slap coming up with a break into a belly up pass. Now we're going to see another form of quick stop, another way of shedding speed very rapidly. But instead of a nose down quick stop, this is going to be a nose up quick stop, maintaining level flight. So what we'll see is the aircraft rapidly pitching up and using the lift generated by the rotor blades to counteract its forward momentum. So there's the pitch. As the aircraft slows down pretty rapidly and enters the hover. And that is the end of the Chinook solo display for 2023. One final manoeuvre, and this is another real combat manoeuvre, the over-the-shoulder departure, and this is used to expose the armoured underside of the Chinook to a threat rather than the more vulnerable front of the cockpit. That brings to an end the Chinook solo display for 2023. We look forward to seeing it again here at Bournemouth over the coming days. We shall, of course, be live broadcasting once again here free on YouTube tomorrow. We'll be broadcasting on Sunday, although, as I mentioned, you will need to pay something to watch Sunday's stream. If you want to join us on Sunday, then you either need to be a channel member here on YouTube, that's the low-cost option, or you can be a subscriber to our on-demand service watch.planestv.com. That is our full on-demand video service where you can find much of our 30-year back catalogue, plus access to a number of live streams that don't go out on YouTube, the Royal International Air Tattoo, some of the bigger Duxford shows, and here from Bournemouth on Sunday. And if you are tempted by that offer, we are running a special offer this weekend. If you head to watch.planestv.com and use the code Bournemouth, capital B and the rest in lowercase, that's watch.planestv.com and the offer code Bournemouth, we are offering 50% off your first month. That brings the cost down to £5. And if you subscribe this month, then within that £5 month-long period, you will also get access to the live broadcasts from the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show later this month, where we are expecting to see at least 12 Spitfires and 4 Hurricanes, plus a very special two-ship display by the Lancaster and B-17. We wait for our next display aircraft, which is going to be the OV-10B Bronco from the Bronco demo team in Belgium. I also just want to say thank you to the Cumberland Hotel who are hosting us here on the roof. But if you want to have this view of the show, and it is a fantastic view of the show, then you can experience this for yourself, because come Airshow week, the hotel have all manner of hospitality available. You can, of course, book a room here, and I believe they're not actually sold out for this weekend if you fancy a last-minute trip here to Bournemouth. But they also have day hospitality. There's a lovely deck down below us with a swimming pool and outdoor restaurant, and you can enjoy the show from the pool. That is sold out, I understand, for this weekend, but I'm sure a similar offering will be available for upcoming Bournemouth Air Festivals in future years. And I see we have a couple of new channel members joining us. the Snarky Cynic and Tina Assenheim, thank you very much. It does encourage us to go out and do these free live broadcasts, knowing that we've got channel members supporting what we do. And as I said, we are offering that special one-off perk on Sunday of that member and watch.planestv.com subscriber only live broadcast of the Air Festival here at Bournemouth. So thank you very much to both of you. Poppy asking if anyone knows the exact time for the Red Arrows. Their slot time is 1700. Roughly 22-minute display, and they will be followed by the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. That will round out the afternoon block of flying programmes. In fact, let's just run through the running order for the rest of the day. Next up, we're expecting the OV-10B Bronco, then the Tutor, Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight following that, Red Arrows at 1700, Battle of Britain Memorial Flight at 1730. Then we will have a break of about an hour and a half before... In fact, possibly a bit longer than that, might be closer to 2 hours, but then we will be rejoining you. We'll keep this stream running, so do stay with us, and then we'll be continuing further coverage from 1940 until about 2030 for the evening block of flying displays, which includes the Typhoon FGR-4 from the Royal Air Force that we saw earlier. That's coming back for its dusk show. We've got the Firebirds coming back, this time for their pyro display, painting with light. Then we've got Otto the helicopter, which is basically an airborne launched fireworks show. It's quite a sight to behold. And then we're rounding things out with the Tigers parachute display team at around about 8:30. And Just Coding Stuff sending us €1.99. Thank you very much. Bobby Gibbs joining as a channel member too. All this really helps, justifies the not insubstantial cost of bringing a four-person team here to Bournemouth in order to bring all the action to you, but we do enjoy it. There's not many places I would rather be than sitting on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel watching an air show unfolding at times beneath us. And Kevin Mottershaw pointing out that I had forgotten one of the stars of the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show coming up in 2 weeks. The Red Arrows are going to be there on both days. So I know I'm repeating myself, but the official live broadcast of the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show featuring the Red Arrows and all of those warbirds that I was describing earlier will be broadcast on watch.planestv.com. Let me remind myself of the date for that. It is the 16th and 17th of September. We are 4 minutes, as per the schedule, from seeing the Bronco demo team. Visiting from Belgium, a somewhat regular sight here at UK air shows, but not so much here at Bournemouth specifically. Has visited a number of UK events recently, a few RAF family days, the Midlands Air Festival 2 years running. It was at Clacton last year, I remember seeing it there. Quite a distinctive sight, both in terms of its unusual plan form, but also its colour scheme. Yeah, perhaps I'll describe that colour scheme now so you know what to look out for. It is mostly the sort of drab grey that you might expect from a military aircraft, but with high visibility orange markers on it, and that is because this particular Bronco is a B model. It was developed as a target tug for the German Air Force, so making sure it was highly visible was an important part of its design. Basically an unarmed version of a standard Bronco, but equipped with winching equipment which was installed in the cargo bay. Normally there's a clamshell door at the back of the fuselage as well. That was replaced in the B model with a perspex dome, and there was a rear facing seat in that dome, so there would be a winch operator sitting facing backwards out of the perspex dome, controlling the winching equipment that dragged the target along behind the aircraft. They were ordered by West Germany in the 1960s and remained in service until the mid-1990s or thereabouts, replaced by the Pilatus PC-7. And today it is owned by Tony De Bruyne's Bronco demo team based in Belgium. That team was founded in 2010. It's based at Flanders International Airport in Belgium, and as I mentioned, a very regular sight on the British Airshow circuit, one of those foreign teams like the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron that provides such stellar support to the British airshow industry. John Hurst says brilliant camera work. I shall pass that on to Ian and Adrian, who've been doing a super job as always. They've been doing this for decades. They know what they're doing now. Meanwhile, just up from Bournemouth Airport is the act due to follow the Bronco, which is the Grob Tutor from the Royal Air Force. If you're enjoying this stream, by the way, do make sure that you are subscribed to us on YouTube, because we've got several more of these coming up over the following weeks that will be going out for free. That includes the Airshow Festival of Flight, Air spelt A-Y-R, the town in Scotland. That is next weekend. The weekend after that, or rather during the week after that, we've got the Jersey International Air Display going out free on YouTube. Then the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show on watch.planestv.com, not on YouTube. If you want to watch that, you will need to be a subscriber to watch.planestv.com. But as I have mentioned several times now, we do have a discount code available this weekend that gives you 50% off your first month. And the code is Bournemouth, capital B, lowercase Bournemouth. Bournemouth. So if you'd like to avail yourself of that offer, it's available until Sunday at watch.planestv.com. I should also point out that we have an annual subscription offer, and the discount code will give you 50% off that as well. So that's a very substantial saving. You can save yourself about 50 quid if you do that, and hopefully you will stick with us for the whole year, because by this time next year there will have been a number of other Airshow live broadcasts that have gone out on that surface, plus of course for the duration of your subscription you will have access to our very extensive back catalogue of Airshow programmes dating back to 1989. Some of them edited highlights, DVD style programmes, or VHS back in the day I suppose, that have been uploaded to our on-demand platform, and some of them replays of live streams from the last 15 years or so. We've got full live streams from several Royal International Air Tattoos I mean, we're talking literally 50 or 60 hours worth of content from the last few air tattoos. You can relive the whole thing from first departure to last arrival. We've just heard the Bronco cleared to commence its display. So do keep an eye out for that distinctive paint scheme that I was mentioning earlier as we see the aircraft come by. The aircraft that we're looking at, if you're not familiar with the history, it's an American twin-engine turboprop built as a short takeoff and landing light attack aircraft, an observation platform, but it also offered cargo capacity. That's a unique combination of capabilities which we haven't seen reflected in many other platforms since then, and that combination of armaments, manoeuvrability and size allowed it to take on a huge number of roles: close air support, counterinsurgency, reconnaissance, pathfinder duties, light transport, forward air control and medical evacuation, among several others. Armed variants of the Bronco could carry 1.5 tons of munitions externally, including bombs, unguided rockets and AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles. Machine guns were also housed in stub wings under the cockpit. Internally, the Bronco's twin-seat tandem cockpit layout offered excellent visibility due to its bubble canopy and the positioning of the wings above and behind the flight crew. And its cargo hold was large enough for one stretcher, 6 fully equipped paratroopers, or almost 1.5 tons of freight. Now a demonstration of the Bronco's ability to rapidly climb to altitude. The capability given to it by its pair of Garrett T76G turboprops, producing a combined 2,080 shaft horsepower. That gives the Bronco a 3,000 foot per minute climb rate and a top speed of 250 knots. Now you might remember I mentioned earlier the climb rate of the Caravan from which the Tiger's parachute team jumped. 1,200 feet per minute. This is very nearly triple the climb performance of the Caravan. It is also able to operate from very short unprepared landing strips, as little as 300 meters in length, and in the air it is exceptionally maneuverable in pitch and roll. We're going to see that demonstrated over the course of today's display, and perhaps most notably in the next maneuver. You perhaps might not have guessed that this is a fully aerobatic aeroplane. Well, it is, and here comes an aileron roll. So an aircraft with outstanding manoeuvrability at both high and low speed. We can't see its short field takeoff and landing performance demonstrated here at Bournemouth because of course there is no runway, but we can see the aircraft flying past in landing configuration at very low speed. That's what we're going to get next. A pass from right to left at minimum airspeed. This will evolve into a 360-degree turn. Most famously, the Bronco was used by the US Air Force during the Vietnam War. About 160 of them were in use during that conflict, but more than a third were lost during that time. The type was retired by the US Air Force in 1999, but they did evaluate it, for reactivation in 2015. A pair of Broncos were pressed into service and performed over 120 combat sorties as part of Operation Inherent Resolve in Iraq and Syria. They apparently performed very well, but the US Air Force ultimately decided not to reactivate the Bronco on grounds of cost and complexity of adding yet another aircraft type to their very extensive fleet. But we're now seeing a demonstration of the aircraft's light attack and counter-insurgency capabilities with a sequence of mock attack runs. Aside from the United States, 7 other nations operated the Bronco, mainly countries with fairly limited defence budgets in need of a low-cost counter-insurgency aircraft. One nation, the Philippines, still uses the Bronco today, and they've been in use in combat as recently as 2017. Those Filipino Broncos are due for retirement in 2024. They'll be replaced by the Super Tucano, and that will be the end of the Broncos' operational service career. This, I believe, is going to be a knife-edge pass, so an excellent opportunity to see the unusual twin boom layout. And that layout was chosen partially to give easy access to the cargo bay. As I mentioned, you could normally get a stretcher in there, and the big clamshell doors at the back made it easy to load a stretcher, or indeed any other form of cargo, without needing to fit it through a much smaller door in the side of the fuselage. It did necessitate the moving of the tail boom, or rather the splitting of the tail boom into a pair of booms and moving them outboard. So that's why we have the rather unusual twin tail configuration. Lovely stuff from Tony De Bruyne. We always so much enjoy his displays, especially that brief aerobatic segment, and we're now going to get one final pass, which will be an imitation tactical approach. We'll see the Bronco pitching down very steeply, but without gaining airspeed. And this was useful when landing at airfields in contested territory, keeping the aircraft high for as long as possible to remain out of range of small arms fire from the ground. Well, thank you to Tony De Bruyne, that was lovely. And it is back to the Royal Air Force that we turn for our next display item, which arrives from in front of us on the B axis. Quite a small aircraft, so difficult to pick out. But Ian has spotted it. So we will get a camera onto the Tutor in very short order. Eric IRL says the twin booms allows the fuselage to be in a pod design, which means the back end can be glazed and used for observations. Yeah, that's a secondary benefit. No, so a standard Bronco didn't have a glazed rear fuselage. The pod design was for the clamshell door for easy loading and unloading. The glazed fuselage we saw today is because this specifically was not a standard Bronco. It was a B model target tug. So yeah, in this scenario, yes, very helpful for observation, but that wasn't the primary reason for the aircraft having been designed in this configuration, because it was the sorry, it was the combat version of the Bronco that came along first. But highly adaptable as a design for target tug duties. Well, diving in now, at about 700 feet, we have the Tutor T1 of the Royal Air Force, and about to pull up to start the display with a quarter clover. And I am delighted to see that we have one of the special scheme aircraft from the Tutor fleet. Yellow on the top surface, black on the underside, a very similar scheme to the Fairy Firefly that we saw earlier on. This was one of several schemes that were applied to Tutors in an effort to find which colour scheme stood out best and was therefore best for anti-collision purposes in the training environment. The Tutor T1 is the RAF designation for the Grob 115E, a carbon composite general aviation aircraft developed in Germany, which first flew in 1985. Although primarily designed as a civilian aircraft, it has numerous military operators, including the air forces of Bangladesh, Finland, Egypt, Kenya, the UAE, and our own Royal Air Force and Royal Navy. We're seeing a Cuban H now. I described a half Cuban earlier in the day, 2/3 of a loop and half a roll, then recover. Well, this is two of those consecutively, so if the aircraft had smoke, it would draw a horizontal figure of 8 in the sky over the course of this manoeuvre. The Tutor entered service in 1999 with a central flying school, replacing the Scottish Aviation Bulldog as the RAF's elementary flying trainer. 99 tutors were ordered, making the RAF by far the largest tutor operator in the world. Today, the Tutor has been replaced in the elementary flight training role by a more modern derivative, the Prefect T1, also known as the Grob 120. The Prefect has more than double the power of the Tutor. It has a turboprop engine rather than a piston engine, giving it a far higher climb rate, a higher top speed and a higher service ceiling, and it's also equipped with a full glass cockpit, making it better equipped to train future Typhoon and F-35 pilots. The Tutor remains very much relevant, however, because the Royal Air Force has only 23 prefects. In fact, it's not just the Royal Air Force, they're shared with the Army and Navy as well through the military flight training system, whereas there are approximately 90 tutors on strength. Thus, the Tutor still plays an important part in RAF flight training. It's used by 15 university air squadrons and 13 air experience flights, as well as by No. 6 Flight Training School at RAF Wittering. This aircraft comes from 6 FTS 115 Squadron, and that is the squadron responsible for providing training for flight instructors, as well as also for providing tutor displays at air shows. At the controls is Flight Lieutenant David John Gibbs, who is in his second and final year as the Tutor display pilot. He previously flew Sea Kings for the Royal Navy, but transitioned to the Tutor fleet in 2019. So, here we have another stall. Oh, I thought it was a stall turn we were due to see, but another quarter clover. Stall turn coming up next. So into the vertical, airspeed bleeding away, then kicking in a bootful of rudder to pivot round that wingtip. Into the down line, airspeed building once again. And then a wing over back towards us for an inverted pass. DJ has been using his experience from last year to slightly tweak his display sequence for the 2023 season. Most notably, he's now cleared to come quite a bit lower than he was before for aerobatics. Previously, he was limited to 500 feet for aerobatics. That has now been reduced to 300 feet, which means manoeuvres like these are being performed considerably lower than they were before. Coming up next, a 4-point roll. Very interesting in the Tutor because you can really see how the aircraft nose slices downwards during those knife edge portions when the wings aren't producing any lift. Maintaining altitude nicely in the inverted section, and then appears the nose slicing down and the aircraft losing altitude quite dramatically in that knife edge section. Fair amount of work with the rudder to keep the aircraft under control in that phase of flight. And energy management is such an important part of this display. Only 180 horsepower coming from its Lycoming AE360. So DJ is losing height with every single one of these high energy manoeuvres. That's why he started his display up at 700 feet. High energy manoeuvres at the beginning to burn through some of that height, and then as we come into the second half of the display, as we are now, the manoeuvres start to change a bit. We're seeing less of those quarter clovers and stall turns which burn through height, and more energy neutral manoeuvres like barrel rolls and flypasts. So a standard energy neutral loop there, nothing fancy going on, no rolls as in the quarter clovers. Just a coincidence, I suppose, but it's a rather nice one. The manufacturer designation of this aircraft, GROB 115, and the squadron that it comes from, 115 Squadron. I don't suppose that was intentional. Lovely slow roll there, but again you can see this is not being performed with level altitude. There is so much altitude lost during those knife edge sections, with the nose slicing downwards. There's simply no lift being produced by the wings because, well, they're in knife edge flight. Any lift is dragging the aircraft sideways rather than up. Final pass from the Tutor solo display, and it's a lovely wing rock. And he does such a lovely job, DJ. What I love about that display is that, especially in the first half of it, it's near impossible to tell where one manoeuvre ends and the next starts. Everything flows so nicely, and I think it's often forgotten that this is a really important part of the RAF's outreach as well. This is one of the only aircraft here where you can say to, especially the children in the audience, you can fly that. Be it through a university air squadron or the air cadets, it is entirely possible to go and experience that kind of flying in that kind of aeroplane. And for many who join the Royal Air Force, it is in a Tutor that they will have their first flying experience. Lovely foreship of seagulls. Now they should have their own display team. Just see if there's any questions in the chat. Kevin Mottershaw asking about distance from the crowd. Yes, well, remember that we are set back from the crowd line here. There's kind of several ways in which we're set back. So firstly, we're set back from the top of the cliffs. And then the cliffs are set back from the beach, and then on top of the on top of that, there's an area demarcated for swimmers to use in the water. So the edge of the crowd line officially is 50 meters out to sea. Just 3 acts to go of the afternoon block of displays. Here we have, catching me rather by surprise, I must say, the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight Spitfire PR-19 and P-51D Mustang. It's the Mustang that is leading the formation at the moment. We're expecting to see, much like the Taranto duo earlier, some formation passes followed by solo displays from each aircraft in turn. Now this pair is operated by Rolls-Royce, showcasing the Merlin as used in the Mustang and the Griffon as used in this particular model of Spitfire. And I think it is only fair that for this pass I let you enjoy the sounds of those two engines uninterrupted. This is something of a new development for this year. Until a few months ago, these pilots did not have formation display authorizations. They had tail chase display authorizations, so we'd see a pass or two in very loose formation followed immediately by the solos. But now both are formation current, evidently, and formation qualified. So I would expect what we're going to see now is both aircraft coming in towards us on the B axis and performing a break, and then into the solos. And then we'll talk a little bit about the two aircraft individually. The aircraft we're watching now is a Spitfire PR-19, one of the final marks of Spitfire, equipped to carry out photo reconnaissance. Compared to a Mark I Spitfire with a Merlin engine, the Griffon engine Mark 19 had 3.5 times more fuel capacity and twice as much power. Thanks to the more powerful engine and its pressurised cabin, it could fly at up to 40,000 feet and has a top speed of over 400 knots. Despite that impressive performance though, by 1944 the Spitfire was due for replacement. Supermarine proposed an aircraft called the Spiteful, a new Griffon engine fighter based loosely on the Spitfire Mark 14 but with a redesigned wing and a larger tail for better performance at high speed and improved stability. The RAF ordered 200 Supermarine Spitefuls, but the project was cancelled before any of them had actually been delivered, because it was starting to become clear that jet-powered fighter aircraft were the future. As a stopgap measure, Supermarine instead delivered 79 Mark 9 Spitfires, and this is one of them. It was delivered to the Central Photographic Reconnaissance Unit at Benson in January 1945 and served in mainland Europe until the war ended. She then returned to Britain and was selected for conversion from a photo reconnaissance platform to a meteorological research aircraft. In that configuration, she flew with a Short Brothers meteorological research flight between 1950 and 1957. This is an aircraft with fine airshow pedigree though. She returned to the RAF as one of the 3 founding Spitfires in the unit that will become the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. She remained in the BBMF for just a few months though, and then was passed around several other RAF stations, eventually ending up as a Gate Guardian in West Raynham. That didn't last either, and within a year she'd been restored back to flying condition and continued to move around various RAF stations before rejoining the BBMF in 1964. was sold onto the civilian market in 1995 and became part of the Rolls-Royce Heritage flight 1 year later. It's now painted as C of number 16 Photo Reconnaissance Squadron, 2nd Tactical Air Force. Expecting to see now is an aerobatic manoeuvre performed on the B-axis, and a really lovely chance to see a plan form of that elliptical wing as the aircraft prepares to dive in directly towards show centre and will then pull up for a half Cuban. And then another real favourite manoeuvre of mine. This is a very dramatic one. A wing over from the left 45 degree line to the right 45 degree line. Not quite a full roll. And now, final pass, and of course, it's a victory roll. So the Spitfire clears to our left, the Mustang shortly to arrive from our right. The Mustang was originally developed in response to a 1940 British request for a new American fighter aircraft for the Royal Air Force. At the time, British manufacturing was running at capacity, and the only American product of interest, the P-40 Warhawk, was in short supply. Just 102 days after that order was placed, North American Aviation had a flying prototype ready, the NA-73. That would soon become the Mustang Mark I. It is often thought that the original version of the Mustang, powered by the Allison V1710, was not a good performer and that only the integration of the Rolls-Royce Merlin could save it. That really isn't true. Below 15,000 feet, the Mustang flew very well indeed. But that was the Spitfire's domain, and what the Royal Air Force really wanted was a long-range, high-altitude escort fighter, a capability that the Spitfire couldn't provide. In 1942, Rolls-Royce test pilot Ronald Harker suggested fitting the Mustang with a Merlin Mark 66. That's the same engine used in the Spitfire Mark 9, which was the highest flying variant of the Spitfire at that time. The two engines had very similar power output at low level, that in the Allison, but the Merlin could produce about 30% extra power at higher altitude. It was therefore with the integration of the Merlin that the Mustang really came into its own. It would go on to become one of the most decisive Allied fighters of the second half of the Second World War, racking up nearly 5,000 confirmed kills. Most notably, Mustangs provided air superiority during the liberation of Europe in 1944, and in the alleged words of the commander of the Luftwaffe, Hermann Göring, "When I saw Mustangs over Berlin, I knew the war was over." The Mustang continued to serve long after the end of the Second World War, flying in the Korean War in the early 1950s. By that time, though, it was really ill-equipped to face a competent enemy, and many units took heavy losses. Other nations, especially smaller ones, operated the Mustang for far longer, and the last in-service Mustangs were retired from the Dominican Air Force in 1984. This aircraft is owned by Warbird Experiences at Biggin Hill, but it's made available to the Rolls-Royce Heritage flight for air displays over the summer season. The name of the aircraft nowadays is Warhorse. That is the name and colour scheme of the aircraft flown by Donald Blakesley, a very senior American colonel who flew more missions against the Luftwaffe than any other pilot during the Second World War. He actually started out on Spitfires with the Royal Canadian Air Force, but then transferred to the RAF Eagle squadrons and finally to the United States Army Air Forces in 1942. He then flew the P-47 before becoming the commanding officer of the 4th Fighter Group, where he pushed hard to re-equip the unit with the P-51. In March 1944, Blakesley became the first pilot to fly a P-51 Mustang over Berlin. In June of that year, he led the first shuttle mission to Russia, but he was then grounded in September. That was owing to his high status, because after accumulating over 1,000 combat hours and 15.5 kills, he was deemed too much of a target. He finally retired in 1965, and he passed away in 2008. The aircraft now flies in his honour. like the Spitfire, the Mustang ending its display with a very graceful barrel roll. And ladies and gentlemen, that can mean only one thing. I stand corrected. We're getting another pass. I thought I heard final pass. And there we are, like the Spitfire, the Mustang, ending its display with a barrel roll. Already said that. We're up here on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel. We're not connected to the commentary system or the Flying Control Committee or anything like that. It's quite difficult to work out what's going on sometimes. Sorry about that. Doing our best. What I was about to say was, the end of the Mustang display means only one thing. It is pretty much Red Arrow's time. We've got 15 minutes before their slot time. They are due at 5 o'clock. But I'm sure we'll be taking off from Bournemouth Airport any minute now. And if we do see them skimming the skyline behind us, we will try and get you a picture of that. Well, seeing as we are having a gap, if you we'll look through the chats shortly and see if there's any questions and so on. But in the meantime, I just want to say to anyone who's been joining us recently in anticipation of the Red Arrows, welcome to Plains TV and welcome to our coverage of the Bournemouth Air Festival 2023. We are here all 4 days here at Bournemouth. The first 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, broadcasting free on YouTube. On Sunday, things are changing a little bit. If you want to watch Sunday's stream, I'm afraid you're going to have to pay us a little bit of money, but this is an expensive endeavour and we need to sort of reclaim it somehow. So that stream will be available either to, well, both, I should say. That stream will be available both to members of our YouTube channel who pay a fairly nominal fee per month, and also to subscribers to our on-demand video service, watch.plainstv.com. We do have a discount code available if you want to join our on-demand service in order to watch that Sunday stream. We're giving you 50% off your first month by heading to watch.plainstv.com and using the code Bournemouth. That's Bournemouth with a capital B. That's £5 for your first month. It will get you access to Sunday's stream from here at the Bournemouth Air Festival. It will also get you access to the live broadcast from the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show in a couple of weeks' time. Plus, of course, access to the 30-year back catalogue of programmes, which is all on there as well. So now is the time to join up while that 50% discount is available.
Not just now. Sort of like. Isn't he doing a grand job, everyone? Thank you very much, Adam. I hope people have been very complimentary about your commentary. That's a mouthful. Throughout the day. It's been lovely hearing the detail you've been able to share with people throughout the display, just over my shoulder, slightly, you know, just about. We're all sort of dodging microphones up here. It's
yeah.
Sort of Adrian and I and Andrew all chatting throughout the display on where we're pointing cameras, and Adam as well filling you guys in with the flying action and some excellent flying action we've seen. Any highlights for you?
I did enjoy the Typhoon. It's difficult not to enjoy the Typhoon.
Just enough moisture in the air bursting.
Yes, there was some good vapour. There was one particular 360-degree turn where there was some pretty good vapour.
Yeah, you'll get me talking about lens choices. I'd have loved a little bit extra length. length on the lens, and a bit of stabilisation would have helped as well for some of that, but hopefully captured a couple of nice bits of slow motion in there. Which
a few lovely moments where it was dipping below the horizon. I hope you got them.
I did, and it surprised me actually that Typhoon was one of the few that has. You know, I was expecting maybe, you know, Spit Mustang maybe in moments to have dipped slightly lower, because I like the ground rushing past the aircraft as it's flying. We did get that nicely on Rich Goodwin as well a couple of times. That was probably my pick of the day.
Swordfish as well, especially the sequence with the Wasp. I was expecting maybe 1 or 2 passes, but we got quite a lengthy sequence out of them.
We did. Some really nice material of them with the headland out to the west over there. Yeah, really nice to see those guys over their natural habitat, the ocean. So what I've sort of been missed out. You have been engaging with the chat, I know.
I've been trying to. There's a lot to try and keep track of, but I've been trying.
And a lot to promote as well. I've been encouraging, well, I don't need to encourage Adam to explain that Sunday will not be available free to view. It will be a paid stream either to channel members or subscribers of watch.planes.tv.com. So thank you to those, including Danielle Griffiths. That is Danielle, isn't it? Or is that Daniel? That's Daniel.
That'd be Daniel.
Yes, it's been a long day out in the sunshine, Daniel, sorry.
New channel member though, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for signing up. It does help encourage us to do a bit more here on YouTube. And yeah, Adam says Adam is the best commentator.
I promise I didn't leave that comment myself.
There's no evidence to the contrary. I'm afraid we're going to have to assume it was you. Fish and chips. You sowed the seed. Is it a Friday? It's a Friday. Fish Day Friday, right? Adrian sat down there. He's out of earshot, but any mention of fish and chips. Stuff filming the Red Arrows. He'll be on his feet and off to order some if we're not careful.
There's a Harry Ransom's down there as well. I know that from Bournemouth last year.
Okay, I can see where the evening is heading. So yes, we are hoping to have a little bit of a dinner break between the end of the Red Arrows in 40 minutes time and the evening flying display starting at...
have you not heard?
No.
Battle of Britain Memorial flight after the Reds.
Thank you. Lovely, okay, so dinner time's shifted back slightly. I don't suppose we'll shift Reds earlier. There's a lot to coordinate with something like a Red Arrows display. So I've got to assume that they are remaining at 10 minutes. They'll be here in 10 minutes, so do stick around if you're with us now.
Oh, and Leslie R saying she joined and paid up today. So
and Chris providing excellent feedback that was slightly out of focus. I need a third longer arm to... we do have a camera operator sat down there. He's enjoying a salt and vinegar crisp far too much.
I wouldn't begrudge anyone some salt and vinegar crisps after a long day like this.
No, quite right. It's quite nice to have these sort of 10-minute sections. It's a long day actually, on your feet. And
yep.
Okay.
We were up at, well, alarm went off at 7 to be here for 8.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
4 hours of setup.
I wake up naturally at 6 o'clock in the
Well.
morning, so especially early to me. But yeah, they are long days. They are long days. Probably avoid trying to put the waterproof cover over the lens. That'd be helpful. Thank you. Yeah, Lancaster.
Monty enjoyed the Bronco. Solid choice. I enjoyed the Bronco.
Great display. Tony's a lovely chap, and the Bronco competing with the Tutor for the finest wing waggle of the day, both of which were probably dipping over the 90 degrees.
Oh yes, and you could see sort of the nose slicing downwards during the Tutor wing rock.
But, and it looked...
God, it's dramatic, isn't it?
It looked dramatic. It looked sketchy, is the word I'd have used initially. But actually, no, all of that was part of, you know, the determined display, and really dramatic, really excellent flying there. Sort of 6,000 hours on aircraft will do for you, I suppose. Very, very nice, polished performance there. And I can see people saying that the Lancaster's airborne, so as you say,
good stuff.
You can see those guys in the early evening light.
Yeah, sun's just starting to move round to the point where we might get a little bit of sun on the top surfaces of the aircraft as they bank round in turns, and the Lancaster will look lovely, hopefully landlocked, or maybe a shot with the needles in the background and the sun on all of it nicely.
I can feel it coming. Right, I'm just trying to encourage my old man to turn his audio off. It'd be quite helpful if Adrian turned his audio off on the mobile phone so that we can not hear ourselves twice. BBMF are airborne, Lancaster, East of Wicks, everyone's on fly radar.
Everyone apart from us.
What Hurricane and Spitfire in the BBMF display? I don't know. I'm trying to think when the last time I saw them and what they were flying at that time.
I've seen the Mark II Spitfire being displayed quite a lot recently. As for Hurricanes, I can say with 100% confidence it'll be a Hurricane Mark II C. That's all they have. but they've got 2 of them, so it'll be one of those.
And looks like Reds should be getting airborne. Take a look. Okay, maybe I'll hop up on camera because you'll have picked up hopefully that we can sort of. Yeah, I can hear them actually. So I might just hop up on camera. I've got 7 minutes to run, but I dare say.
Oh, I can see them.
Graham will be hopping up on the mic in a moment. So I think I'll hop up back on camera and leave you to find a Red Arrows commentary. It'd be nice to see more than the couple of passes that they managed yesterday, but good on them for trying.
Full show, do you reckon?
I think so. I can't see any reason.
Looks good for a full show, doesn't it?
It's interesting. I did notice one of the airliner departures out of Bournemouth, sort of within the display area, but you've got to be, haven't you? 6,000 or 7,000 feet over Poole Harbour there.
Well, I would imagine that the restricted airspace for the show probably doesn't extend that high, apart from in the half-hour block during the Red Arrows, when it will go up to at least 6,000 or so feet.
Yeah.
But they are buzzing about on the horizon. They're up, they're airborne. We'll probably see some smoke being primed in the distance at some point soon.
Hop up on camera.
Yeah. Although I have just lost sight of them now. Well, while we wait to get a camera on the Red Arrows, I do just want to say thank you to one very important organisation, which is the Cumberland Hotel. They have enabled us to be here in this fantastic vantage point on their roof. And we are very grateful to be here for the 2nd consecutive year. It is the perfect place to enjoy the show. If you're thinking of coming down to Bournemouth next year, do consider coming along to the Cumberland, because not only do they have giving an elevated view very much like ours, but they also have daytime hospitality. You don't need to be a resident here. You need to book in, but you don't need to be an overnight resident. And we've been watching people down on the deck below, having a meal, swimming in the pool, with aircraft flying overhead. What could be better? So do come and support them. Sure, they would appreciate the custom, and we are very grateful to them for hosting us here. Apologies about me looking away from the camera a lot of the time and sort of nervously scanning the horizon for the Red Arrows. But we know they're out there, and Red 10, I think, might have just been handed a microphone. So it's getting close. Yes, there he is, Red 10 in the distance. So just a few minutes to go before the Red Arrows, flying as an 8-ship team this year rather than the usual 9. And the reason for that is because the number of new pilots that could be trained is limited to 3. With only 5 pilots staying on at the end of last season, the largest number of aircraft that could perform this year is therefore 8. What do we have on the horizon there? Well, I can't identify those. I'm sure someone on Flight Radar will be able to inform everyone in the chat exactly what those are and where they've come from and where they're going. If I spot the answer, I'll relay it to everyone. But I was talking about the Red Arrows and the training limitations. That is because all the new pilots have to go into Enid formation, Reds 1 to 5. They fly the simpler manoeuvres. Red 1, of course, has to be massively experienced as a Red Arrow pilot. Either Red 4 or 5 is a second-year pilot. Their job is to sit on the outer edge of the formation and keep an eye on the new recruits. So there's only really 3 slots that can be taken by the newbies, and that is why we're seeing an 8-ship this year. That being said, what we're about to see is a show that was designed from the outset as an 8-ship routine, unlike last year's, which was designed as an 8-ship and then very hastily modified to a 7-ship. And you could kind of see where compromises had been made and cracks had been papered over. It was shorter than usual, where a couple of manoeuvres had to be stripped out. There were fewer formation changes than usual. This is very much closer to the level of entertainment and complexity that we would expect from a typical 9-ship Red Arrows display. And in terms of the presence that they have as they fly over, it's not much diminished by the loss of one aircraft, in my personal opinion. So 1 minute to go until the Reds are due. We normally see them arriving over the skyline of Bournemouth town centre a good 30 seconds or so before they arrive overhead. I think we're going to get a full display today. So a full display is a routine with all of the vertical manoeuvres in it. That requires 5,500 feet of clear airspace. If they don't have quite that much, they can do the rolling show. It takes out the tallest looping manoeuvres and replaces them with flat ones and barrel rolls. That requires 2,500 feet. And then if there isn't quite 2,500 feet available, then they can perform a flat show, which only requires 1,000 feet. That's effectively a series of bends and turns in formation. But I think we'll see the team pulling up straight into a loop after the smoke goes on, and this will be a full show. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Red Arrows. And yes, we're going full, arriving in wall formation with that red, white and blue smoke. It's about to turn to white, and the formation shape changes for the first time today into 8-arrow formation. Same shape, but with all the aircraft flying much closer together. The team is flying 8 BAE Systems Hawk T-Mark 1s. It's an aircraft type that made its first flight in 1974. While it's not the most produced advanced jet trainer in history, lagging behind the T-38, L-29 and L-39, it is arguably the best-selling advanced jet trainer ever built in terms of export orders. It has been operated by countries as diverse as Canada, Kuwait, Malaysia, the United States, Switzerland, South Africa and the Republic of Korea, among others. It is used today by 4 national aerobatic teams: the Saudi Hawks, the Midnight Hawks, Surya Kiran and, of course, the Red Arrows. And here they come now for another formation change. Red 7 and 8 on the outside of the formation, about to perform rollbacks into short diamond. If you want to see those other national aerobatic teams that I just mentioned, by the way, then the Saudi Hawks were at RIAT 2023. We covered that, and it's all available on watch.planestv.com. The Midnight Hawks were at RIAT 2017, and that too has an edited programme available on watch.planestv.com. Well, the jets now reposition out to our right-hand side. They're in Vixen formation. They're approaching for their first barrel roll of the display. This will be a left-hand roll, rolling the formation towards us. And the smoke about to go on, the team pulling up for the Vixen roll. British production of the Hawk ended in 2020. But it is not the end of the line for this aircraft. Not only have deliveries of more modern variants continued until very recently, but there's also a modernised combat version of the Hawk known as the Hawkeye being developed by Hindustan Aeronautics in India. So this is an aircraft type that we will continue to see operated by the world's air forces, including at air shows, for many years to come. These Hawk T1s were retired from the advanced jet training role with the Royal Air Force in 2016. They've been replaced by a newer version, the Hawk T2. They were then retired from aggressor duties in 2022, which means the very last remaining Hawk T1s are these ones used by the Red Arrows. They're due to serve until around 2030. As well as aerobatic displays, they're also used for aeromedical research. One of the themes for this year's Red Arrows display is space, marking the relatively newly formed UK Space Command, and we're seeing two space-themed shapes at the moment. Well, we're seeing one right now. We'll see another one in fairly short order afterwards. This one is Eagle. Apologies, this is Apollo, and next up is Eagle. Don't know if these Hawk T1s will be replaced and what they'll be replaced by, but if they are, one of the leading candidates at the moment being considered by the Ministry of Defence is the Auralis jet, a clean sheet modular aircraft design being developed by a UK startup company, and they are currently working on an aerobatic specialised version, so we could see those equipping the Red Arrows at some point in the future. Well, we've got another formation barrel roll coming up next, and the formation has now changed into another shape called Lightning. Reds throughout their history have always used training aircraft. Initially it was the Follen Gnat, and then from 1980 it was the Hawk. And that has in many ways been an advantage to them, because training aircraft like this manoeuvre very well at low speed. They can fly exceptionally tight to the crowd, so keeping this display very compact to the spectators, much more so than would be possible if they were flying a formation of fighters. There's another advantage too of flying trainers, which is that these aircraft don't have afterburners, which means the jet efflux never gets that hot. Teams that do have afterburners, they have trouble with their smoke. when that afterburner is engaged and the jet efflux gets really hot, the smoke doesn't vaporize properly, and if there's coloured dye in it, as the red arrows use, then it burns and turns brown. So these non-afterburning engines not only allow more use of smoke, but they also allow the freer and more liberal use of coloured smoke. There are very few afterburning aerobatic teams in the world that use coloured smoke, and those that do often don't do so terribly effectively. The Thunderbirds have recently trialled using coloured smoke and decided that it wasn't for them. The Red Arrows, of course, are famous for their red, white and blue. The smoke is carried in a special centerline tank under the fuselage. Each aircraft can carry 5 minutes of white smoke and 1 minute each of red and blue smoke. The white smoke is simply diesel, the blue smoke and the red smoke is diesel mixed with coloured dye. It's highly toxic stuff, and the team that top up the smoke oil at the end of every display, or rather before every display, they're in full chemical suits to make sure that they aren't coming into contact with the smoke. Well, here we have a crowd favourite manoeuvre from the right. This is Tornado. Red 7 and 8 rolling round the rest of the formation, and Red 1 is about to make life even harder for them by bending the group around to the right in a gentle turn with coloured smoke on. So that brings us to the end of the first half of the Red Arrows display. So far we've seen all 8 aircraft performing graceful close formation aerobatics, but now it is time to split the formation down into smaller groups. If you are just joining us for the Red Arrows, I want to very quickly say welcome to Planes TV. We've been broadcasting air shows, recording air shows rather, for 30 years, more than 30 years. And we're here this weekend live broadcasting the Bournemouth Air Festival, live streaming the first 3 days free on YouTube, and Sunday will be broadcast both for our paying channel members on YouTube and for our paying subscribers to our subscription streaming service watch.planestv.com. But now the nose lights are on as the aircraft come towards us to start the second half of the show with a manoeuvre called the Detonator. Reds 1 to 5 on the top, about to split, and Reds 6 to 8 about to follow suit with an opposition brake. So we're keeping our eyes on the synchro pair to the left and right, Red 6 and 7. They perform all of the most daring crossing manoeuvres, many of the manoeuvres that make the Red Arrows famous. They are turning back towards us for the first of their crosses, and this will be an opposing 4-point roll. That is why we love filming from this venue on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel. We are looking down on the synchro pair as they perform their opposition passes. The synchro pair cleared down to 100 feet above the surface of the sea. Otherwise, the team generally flying no lower than 300 feet. Both Red 6 and 7 have now turned around to come back towards us for another crossover called Cyclone. As the synchro pair complete out to our front, Red 8 arrives from the right. And off to our left, Reds 1 to 5 are forming an inverted V shape. Red 8 is about to go through the middle of the V, and the coloured smoke will come on as he does so. This is called the Goose. And as Enid formation come past us, take a look carefully at the rear of the aircraft. I want you to notice the air brake which has been deployed. That air brake has been deployed for two reasons. One of them, the aircraft now has to use a higher power setting to maintain airspeed. Higher power setting means slightly hotter exhaust, and in this case that means the smoke burns a little more effectively, but also it disturbs the airflow around the rear of the aircraft and makes the smoke billow outwards into thicker trails. Well, now from the front, the synchro pair pulling up in line astern and about to split for the heart. From the top left side of the heart, here comes Red 8, about to draw a spear through the middle of it. He's just climbed to height following the Goose, turned around and come back towards us to spear the heart. Well, having completed that heart, the synchro pair are out to our left and right, setting up for another of their very impressive opposition passes. They're going to dive onto the A-axis and pitch up to perform synchronised barrel rolls at opposite ends of the show line for a manoeuvre called the double rolls. Meanwhile, out to our right 45, Enid formation plus Red 8 have joined up in a single group. They're pulling up with coloured smoke on. And are forming a pair of barrel rolls, one on the right 45 degree line towards us, then a second on the left 45 degree line away from us, creating a ribbon of smoke 5 miles long. This manoeuvre is called the Python. Enid plus Red 8 entering their second barrel roll, and this gives a really good view of just why it's called the barrel roll. You can see the shape of the inside of a barrel that they're transcribing. Meanwhile, out to our left and right, the synchro pair have been turning back around to come in towards us once again. They are going to cross twice in front of us in a manoeuvre called the Boomerang. So 6G synchronised pulls at either end of the show line, 2/3 of a loop, then half a roll, and the aircraft will come back towards us for their second cross. Incidentally, this is the only looping manoeuvre that's included in the rolling display, because Solo Hawk can loop so much more tightly than a formation of them. Out to our left-hand side, we have Reds 1 to 5, arriving for a very graceful manoeuvre indeed. They are going to pitch up into a loop with a difference. On the way up, they will twist through 90 degrees, what's known as a quarter clover. And now the coloured smoke about to come on as we get ready for the good bit. In honour of the King's coronation earlier this year, this is the coronation break. Well, out behind us during that break, you might have heard a little rumble of jet noise, and that was the sound of Hannah, Reds 6, 7 and 8 rejoining over Bournemouth town centre. They're arriving from the right for the corkscrew. Red 6 inverted, 7 and 8 barrel rolling around his smoke trail. And as they complete out to our left, Enid is reforming out to our right. Red 5 chasing down his colleagues as fast as possible to try and get into battle formation. And they will be approaching from the right down the show line for the most challenging manoeuvre that Enid fly during the show. Initially, Reds 2 and 3 will pitch up to perform tight match rolls to the outside of the formation. Then Reds 4 and 5 will do likewise. This is the rollbacks. One of the changes in this year's Red Arrows display is that back group of aircraft, Hannah formation, has changed name. They were formerly known as Jippo, in honour of the first pilot to lead that back group of aircraft. They've now been renamed Hannah in honour of the legendary Red Arrows leader, Ray Hannah. They are approaching from the front for their trademark manoeuvre. We're going to see a sequence of matched barrel rolls before the formation splits in a spectacular opposition break. Ray Hannah was a huge part of the Red Arrows history. A pilot with them in their first season. He then became leader of the Red Arrows and oversaw their transition from a 7-ship to a 9-ship team. He is, to this day, the longest serving Red Arrows leader, and then went on to become equally influential in the Warbird world, known for some of his extraordinary Spitfire displays. But now Red 6 and 7 running in for their final pass from the left and right. This is the crossbow. So the synchro pair clear away behind us, and through their smoke out in front, the final manoeuvre of the Red Arrows display 2023. Red 1 pitching up to roll in alternating directions around the rest of the formation, creating the infinity symbol in the sky. This is the Red Arrows infinity break. Well, that's the end of the Red Arrows display, the end of... No, it's not the end of our flying display. It was scheduled to be the end of our flying display, but we do actually have the Battle of Britain Memorial flight about to join us in about 5 minutes' time. The Red Arrows depart off to our front. They'll return shortly to Bournemouth Airport. We might get a view of their break to land very shortly in the distance. And we now await the arrival of the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, which will be the final act of the afternoon flying display here. Not the end of the show overall. We'll be sticking around, continuing to stream as we take a roughly 1.5 hour break before the evening block of displays. That will include the RAF Typhoon and some fantastic pyrotechnic performances, so do stay with us. But lovely to see a full Red Arrows display in almost cloudless skies. There's a little bit of high cirrus around, but very little cloud to speak of. We must appreciate these days in Britain. They don't come round very often. If you want to see more Red Arrows action, then remember that we are live broadcasting some upcoming Red Arrows displays. We'll be here again at Bournemouth tomorrow, broadcasting free on YouTube. Then on Sunday, we will have that Bournemouth broadcast that you will have to pay a little bit of money for. You can either become a member of our YouTube channel, or you can subscribe to our full on-demand service, watch.planestv.com. If you use the code Bournemouth with a capital B at watch.planestv.com, you can get 50% off your first month. Then after that, we'll be following them up to Ayr in Scotland next weekend for the Air Show Festival of Flight. That will go out free on YouTube. A few days after that, we've got the Jersey International Air Display. That will go out free on YouTube. It features the Red Arrows and their French counterparts, the Patrouille de France. Following that, we have the Red Arrows at Duxford at the Battle of Britain Air Show. That will go out exclusively on watch.planestv.com. So the point I'm making is subscribe to watch.planestv.com today for half price, and you will get Bournemouth on Sunday, but you will also get for your £5 the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show. That's quite a good deal in my book. It's not just the Reds at Duxford, of course. It's Battle of Britain themed show, so 12 Spitfires and 4 Hurricanes currently confirmed for the flying display lineup. Plus, and this is really quite exciting, a formation of Lancaster and B-17. Speaking of Lancaster, it must be in the vicinity by now. We are expecting to see it along with a Spitfire and 2 Hurricanes very shortly in the skies over Bournemouth. Liam Bauer reckons Lancaster should be visible far left. Yes, we have spotted it. Thank you. We probably wouldn't have noticed that without without your helpful comment, but we're going to get Ian's camera on it now, just over the Isle of Wight. Ethan Williams says you should find their display from the Royal International Air Tattoo from last year absolutely insane. I assume referring to the Red Arrows. Yes, if you subscribe to watch.planestv.com, you will get access to the Sunday stream, you will get access to Battle of Britain Air Show stream, you will also get access to our back catalogue of programmes, and that includes a souvenir programme from Riyadh last year, edited highlights of the whole show in about 3 hours. Goodness, that was difficult, getting about 60 hours of content down to 3-hour programmes. Yeah, I edited that fairly recently, in fact. It was published late June or early July. Well, I've mentioned a few times over the course of today's broadcast that we're filming from the roof of the Cumberland Hotel, and I've referenced some of the hospitality options that they have available and how good fun it would be to be on the deck down below with the swimming pool and good food and the red arrows overhead. What I didn't realise is they have a live band, so you can probably hear that on our atmosphere mics being picked up at the moment. Hopefully we can hear a little bit of Rolls-Royce Merlin over the top of the live band, but if you're wondering why we are broadcasting this music, it's part of the pool party down below, and I'm sure that it is fantastic fun down there, and I would quite like to be down there rather than up here, given the choice. Oh, Ethan might have been referring to the Black Eagles, says Hendon Guna. Well, yes, they were absolutely exceptional. I would say the Black Eagles display was the most varied display I've ever seen from a formation aerobatic team. They have a little bit of everything. There's a little bit of Thunderbirds in there, there's a bit of Red Arrows in there, there's some Patrouille de France in there, there's some Frecce Tricolori in there. They've really watched through every aerobatic team in the world and pinched the best bits. Angus says, what do I think about the T346A as a Reds replacement? I think it would probably be very suitable, but more expensive and unlikely. Not least because the RAF doesn't operate them. Well, let's enjoy the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight with added musical accompaniment. BBMF was founded in 1957 as the historic aircraft flight with 1 Hurricane and 3 Spitfires. You might remember we saw one of those Spitfires earlier. The PR-19 flown by the Rolls-Royce Heritage flight is one of the BBMF founding aircraft. They currently operate 1 Lancaster, 1 Dakota, 6 Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes and 2 Chipmunks, although the latter 2 Chipmunks are used exclusively as training aircraft and not as display aircraft in their own right. Incidentally, the Dakota was added to the squadron as a training aircraft to train Lancaster pilots, but that has ended up being a display aircraft in its own right, albeit not this year. It's been in deep maintenance for the past couple of seasons. fighters about to break away, and we'll see solo displays from each aircraft in turn.
We are in the memorial, those that served, honouring and promoting the courage and bravery of those that came before us. However, we also strive to develop more inspiration for future generations and support several STEM initiatives through virtual reality and simulation experiences. The UPS aircraft attended the 900 events and displays of flight past, meaning to give here for resilience every summer. We support events for village events and state occasions and cover all foreigners in the United Kingdom as well as occasional visits to overseas.
Okay, we are ready to continue. Been asked for a few minutes. Are you ready there? Yes. This one is called Volare. Pienso que un sueño parecido no volverá más. Y le pintaba la mano o la cara de azul. Y de improviso el viento rápido me llevó.
Our musical accompaniment has returned, I'm afraid, but nonetheless, we enjoy this display from Spitfire LF9E, LF standing for low flying, meaning it's optimised for the low-level environment. Registration MK536, registration MK356, sorry, which is painted in desert camouflage, representing a Spitfire Mark 9 of 92 Squadron, which served in Tunisia in 1943. now taking centre stage in this rather bizarre cacophony of Rolls-Royce Merlins and live Mediterranean music. We have Hurricane Mark IIc PZ-865, the last Hurricane ever built. Painted as a 247 Squadron night fighter intruder aircraft based at Predannick and at Exeter. This is representing an aircraft that undertook defensive night fighter patrols and night intruder operations over enemy territory. Correspondingly, she now wears half-size, low-visibility roundels and a matte black paint scheme. And now the turn of the Lancaster, this one having been built at Harden in 1945 and destined for use in the Far East. However, the war ended before she was deployed. Instead, she was sent to South Africa for photo reconnaissance duties and was later used for testing purposes at the College of Aeronautics at Cranfield before coming under the control of the Air Historical Branch. She was restored to wartime specifications and transferred to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight in 1973. Under her current maintenance regime and a 50-hour annual flight limit, she should remain airworthy until at least 2065. Well, as we come towards the end of the afternoon flying display at Bournemouth, I just want to address a couple of questions I saw in the chat a few minutes ago. First of all, is this the end and has the Typhoon flown yet? Yes, the Typhoon has flown. No, this is not the end, and the Typhoon will fly again. We have one more pass from the Lancaster, but then following that, a roughly 1.5 hour break, and then a whole extra block of air displays, starting at 1940, Typhoon, then the Firebirds, then Otto the helicopter, basically an airborne launched firework display, and closing the show at 8:30 with the Tigers parachute display team jumping in pretty much full darkness at that point. The other question has been about the music. Well, look, this display was running late. The music started when the air show was supposed to have stopped, and it's just some of the... it's a concert that's been arranged out in front of us. We can't avoid it. It's weird, I wouldn't have put this music and this display together, but I don't hate it, now it's happening. So we've got the fighters passing from the right. And we really are in the closing minutes of this display now. We might get one last farewell pass from the Lancaster. Well, that brings us to the end of the first block of flying displays here today at the Bournemouth Air Festival. We very much hope you'll stick with us, of course, because it is not the end of today's action in the air. We are just going to have a short break. And when we return, it will be for the sunset show. Quite a spectacle. We're going to have the Typhoon blasting around in the semi-darkness with its reheat standing out nicely in the darkening sky, and then following that we've got a trio of pyrotechnic displays, the Firebirds painting with light, Otto the helicopter, that airborne launched fireworks show that I mentioned earlier, and then we have the Tigers parachute display team rounding out the day's flying activity at around about 8:30. It is one of the highlights of the Bournemouth Air Festival. They were one of the first major air shows in the UK to experiment with a night air show format, and now it is one of the biggest and best in the country.
Well, what a wonderful sight to see, and we didn't think we were going to get it for a little while, but we did get the Battle of Britain Memorial flight in the end. If you've enjoyed what you've seen today, do give this video a like. How many are we on now? Well, that can't be right. It says 39 likes there. You're usually more generous than that. I'll refresh my page and find out. And if we can push it up to 909.
We can get to 1,000
I think we
easily.
can probably get to
That should
1,000.
be easy, no problem.
I tell you what, push it up to 1,000 likes and I'll feed these three. How's that sound? We'll get them some dinner before the evening flying display, which we're expecting to see at about 20 to 8.
Yes, starting with a Typhoon.
Man, that's going to be something special in the twilight light. Yeah, that's going to be exciting. So stick with us, keep this video live. It will be on this video that will be live again later. But for now, I think we'll probably say, well, I'm going to assume we'll get to 1,000 likes and go and find some food for these guys and could take away on the roof of the Cumberland, which we should thank. So the Cumberland Hotel,
Yeah.
I'm sure you've been doing it already. I'll say it as well, Cumberland Hotel providing us this fantastic vantage point, the wonderful hospitality from the staff here, keeping us fed and watered. Well, teas and coffees provided, and yeah, the wonderful vantage point. And if you'd like to come and enjoy Bournemouth Air Show, do consider staying at the Cumberland Hotel. Give them some support because they've supported us.
Yeah, why not watch the air show from a swimming pool and then enjoy what sounds like a rather good party down there now after the show's finished. So
good dancing going on, nice food, nice drink. Yeah, it looks like a fantastic place. I'm not allowing myself to look over the wall.
yeah,
to see
it's
the
sickening,
very
isn't it?
relaxed-
Everyone having fun.
They're very relaxed. Well, we are having fun, as you'll hopefully appreciate. We do get a kick out of doing the job that we do. But yeah, there's something about sitting by a pool with a cocktail and a Latin American band playing. It's as the BBMF completing their display. Very special indeed. Right, I've threatened to call it a day, so I think we will do it at this point. This stream will remain active for a couple, how many hours are we talking? 10 to 6 now, to 10 to 7, yeah, a couple of hours. So keep it live and you'll be able to enjoy the evening's action with us. And we see the Typhoon over the skies of the Bournemouth twilight. It's going to be good, excited.
Yeah, see you then.
See you later. everyone, welcome back. Thank you to those of you who stuck it out through just the scenery here at Bournemouth for the last hour or so while we've been waiting for the fun bit of the Bournemouth Air Festival, one of the more fun elements, the night show, kicking off with Typhoon in about, what, 20 minutes time?
Yeah, exactly 18 minutes time.
Exactly 18 minutes time we'll see Typhoon roaring through the sort of twilight sky and sort of nervously looking that way to see if we're going to get a little bit of sunshine. Might be a bit optimistic to think that we will.
It's not looking promising for sunshine.
There is a gap at the bottom and a bit of what would be blue sky below a cloud scape over there, which means we might get a little bit for some of the other displays. So Typhoon, then a 10-minute gap, and then we're into Firebirds, who we've seen already today.
Yep, but very different show at night. The day show being a showcase of formation flying, and the night show, they're using fireworks to paint with light in the sky.
And then we'll have a bit more painting in the sky, more...
Well, it's a very abstract painting from Brendan. Let's just say that.
Very abstract painting from also the helicopter.
It would go in the Tate Modern, his painting.
I'm sure they take it. Get the sprinkler system sorted out beforehand, though. We're talking about a lot of pyros on this helicopter, and a really good smoke system and light at the rear end of the helicopter, which makes it look like things on fire.
Yeah.
Which watch out for that. I know my family are watching. You might remember Otto. Hello, by the way. You might remember Otto from last year, and that's exactly what my son said. I think it's on fire. Well, it's not. It's just a very bright light at the back of the helicopter, and good smoke system.
I'm going to place a bet that someone, as Otto departs the display area, is going to unironically leave a concerned comment that it is on fire. Always happens, however much warning we give.
And it's quite a thing, some of these. We talked about it briefly yesterday when we didn't have a lot of flying going on, unfortunately, due to weather conditions. We were talking about the sorts of messages and news stories you see popping up, and social media comments that spread quite virally of these displays that we're talking about. So, a couple of aircraft in the sky with fireworks coming off. If you see that from some distance and you've not witnessed it before, it's a pretty bizarre thing to witness. So,
lots of UFO stories in the local press over the years, especially local press that represent areas close to where some of these teams are based. Quite a lot in Devon, quite a lot in Leicestershire.
Yeah. But probably not too many this week. Obviously, everyone in the vicinity is aware that it's Bournemouth Air Festival, and the locals are probably very well used to some of these twilight displays by now. So so we've got Typhoon kicking off, we've got the Firebirds, and then Otto, and then bringing things to a close. Really quite late in the, not late in the evening, but it will be very dark by this point. The Tigers parachute display team dropping with their lights and pyros themselves. That's quite a spectacle and quite a challenge for us. We talked about it this morning, trying to pick those guys up in a dark sky. It's quite, wish us luck basically, but it'll be an interesting one for you guys to watch, no doubt. A little bit about their display. Do they do a similar display to that they do in daytime?
As far as I can remember, they still do the canopy relative formation work.
And a bit of if you watched this morning's broadcast, the Tigers kick things off, and it is quite dramatic seeing them tied together at the hip and swinging the two canopies apart and diving down, picking up a lot of speed, and then pulling that tether to release the two of them so that they pull away, do a little bit of a break like you'd see a formation do.
And speaking of the Tigers, the Dorset Aviator notes in the chat that the Army Parachute Association plane, that's the Cessna 208 Caravan that they use, is on the move, he says.
Interesting, it's quite early.
It is coming all the way from Netheravon. It does have
not that far though. I suppose the Caravan, it will take a little while. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's not a huge distance. They're north of Salisbury from where we are now, but that's promising. It's good to see a bit of action. Typhoon, I expect, will be down on the deck at Bournemouth, so if you're on the airport, I dare say you'll probably be aware of a jet engine running by now, we would hope.
So.
And see that aircraft in the sky in about 14 minutes' time.
Biggles Tintin, Plains TV supporter, asks whether we had our fish and chips.
A sad story for you, Tintin. I was 3 steps away heading that way to go and collect some, not fish and chips, because we just, executive decision was fish and chips are going to be busy, and actually it's quite a walk to our nearest one, so I was going for ramen because we know there's a place fairly close. turned around, looked and saw the massive pile of food that Adrian had bought for our lunch that none of us had had a chance to touch. I hate food waste, you know, so I have forced these guys to eat cold sandwiches for their dinner, but with a bit of luck we'll get something warm in them once the flying's complete today.
Well, we're saying that now. By the time we finish packing up, it'll be 10 o'clock, we'll all want to go to bed. That's going to go out the window very quickly.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep them
It's wishful
motivated.
thinking.
So we didn't get the fish and chips, sadly. We'll get some fish and chips at some point. It's Adrian Campbell stood here, you know, fish and chips special for him. We'll get some in us at some point over the weekend, but not yet. Anything else in the chat? My phone's over there, so I can't.
Question that I don't know the answer to. You might. BAL asks, will the Typhoon have its formation light strips on the side of the fuselage turned on? I can't
That'd
say
be
I've
cool, wouldn't it?
noticed them used
I've never seen that,
before
no.
for night displays. I was going to ask you, you often have a better view through the telephoto camera than I get.
Yeah, no, I've never. You say that now. I do remember certain things lit up, and so the view that I have when I'm on camera, I've got a lot of focus peaking, so I've got. It's not just the image that you see, so things like that I might not actually notice, you know, because all of the aircraft have funny little lit up things on if I've got it in focus. So it may. Okay, we've got a caravan overhead.
Yeah, there is a caravan overhead. I wonder if the order's been changed up.
Maybe I'll hop on camera then, just in case.
Yes, let's
Point
see
the camera
what
at an
happens.
aeroplane. Why not? You can leave my mic up if you like. I can. Oh, maybe not.
Well
'cause the
spotted,
band's
because
so
I wouldn't
loud.
have noticed that. So we weren't expecting the Tigers to jump for, well, 57 minutes. But this is definitely an aircraft arriving with intent, isn't it? Yeah, the woodies have been dropped. So this does look like we are heading for a jump in very short order. We had a 6-man jump earlier today. There's 9 members of the team. They come from the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment, founded in 1986 and originally called the Dragons, but now known as the Tigers, and they are one of the British Army's leading parachute display teams. The others include the Red Devils, the Lightning Bolts, and the Silver Stars. So those woodies we explained earlier this morning when we saw the Tigers open the show. They are used to see what the wind is doing at various levels between the drop height and the drop zone, and calculate a sensible position from which to release the jumpers such that they are able to make it safely to the drop zone down on the beach. And full disclosure, we won't actually be able to see the landings themselves because we're up here on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel. Ooh, that's a little bit of jet noise behind us as the Typhoon gets into the air. The wood is landing in the sea. Right, it's all kicking off now. There's all sorts going on. What was I saying? Yes, the wood is being used to make sure that the team jump from a sensible position from which they can make it to the drop zone, which unfortunately we can't quite see because we're up here on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel. They're very kindly hosting us. But just from this position, the beach is some way below us at the bottom of the cliff, so we can't quite get a camera onto it. But nonetheless, we are very grateful that they are allowing us to use their roof, and if you do want to enjoy this view at a future Bournemouth Air Festival, then you can book in, and there are rooms along the front of the hotel with expansive balconies, and you can have a view very similar to ours, quite close to show centre, looking down on some of the aircraft that have been participating in the flying display. As we saw earlier today, we were getting shots looking down at the Typhoon and the Red Arrow synchro pair, which is fairly extraordinary. And if you don't want to stay overnight here, well, you can hear in the background the sound of the pool party going on down below. We're expecting that the concert will stop before the Typhoon comes in. But what a lovely, relaxed way to enjoy the air show. Having a meal, swimming in the pool, red arrows flying overhead, Typhoon flying overhead. Couldn't be better, really. If you've only recently joined the stream and you missed the action earlier today, the Bournemouth Air Festival does include afternoon flying displays as well, with a number of aircraft that we're not seeing in the night shows today. The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight with the Spitfire, Hurricane and Lancaster. Lovely formation of Fairy Swordfish and Westland Wasp. Royal Air Force Chinook, Bronco, Vampire, the Red Arrows of course, and many others. So if you missed that, well, of course, you can watch the replay, or you can join us again tomorrow. We'll be live from probably around about midday, the flying starting at 1 o'clock or thereabouts. We will also be live for the Air Festival on Sunday, although if you want to join us on Sunday, you are going to have to pay a little bit of money, not very much. If you want to watch Sunday stream, you've got two options. You can either join our YouTube channel as a member for a nominal monthly fee. That's a lovely way of supporting us doing all of these YouTube streams, which are predominantly free. Or if you want to go full hog, you can join our on-demand streaming service, watch.planestv.com. It's usually £10 a month, but we're running a special offer this weekend. You can use the offer code Bournemouth with a capital B, and that will get you 50% off your first month. Once you've joined watch.planestv.com, you'll have access to our back catalogue of archive programmes stretching back 30 years, covering air shows right around the world. Plus, of course, access to some of our future paid live streams. Bournemouth this coming Sunday, but also the Duxford Battle of Britain air show. That's coming up in 2 weeks' time, and we'll be going out on watch.planestv.com. Expecting to see a sky full of Spitfires and Hurricanes, 12 Spitfires and 4 Hurricanes. A very unusual formation of Lancaster and B-17 also set to be among the stars of that show, and it's another chance to see the Red Arrows as well. So we do hope you'll join us. You will if you join now for £5. Get the benefit of both the Bournemouth and Duxford streams in your half-price month. We do hope you'll stay with us longer to enjoy the archive material. It's lovely winter viewing. On a cold winter's night, who wouldn't want to sit and watch some airshow action from old Milton Halls and the like from the 90s? So it looks like it is indeed the Typhoon as scheduled, which will be opening our night air display today. Still not due for another 4 minutes yet, so sitting in the hold out to the east, and currently, well, I don't know if we've shown you a wide shot or not. I think that's a fairly tight shot on Ian's camera that we're broadcasting at the moment, but a rather picturesque scene with the Needles over on the Isle of Wight. And already, even with the aircraft in the far distance, you can hear the roar of those EJ200 engines. It's going to get much louder than that very shortly. So let's talk a little bit about the display that we're about to see. It comes from 29 Squadron at RAF Coningsby. That is the Typhoon Operational Conversion Unit. This year's display pilot is Flight Lieutenant Matt Brighty. He's done a superb job crafting a Typhoon display that includes some manoeuvres that we haven't seen in recent seasons. Every incoming Typhoon display pilot can construct their own display sequence from a set of about 28 manoeuvres that have been pre-approved. They can then build those manoeuvres in any order and any orientation relative to the crowd. There are a few things in this year's sequence, like I said, that we either haven't seen before or haven't seen for a very long time. Things to look out for. There's a negative G on-crowd bunt. There is a slow roll. There's a half Cuban with a knife edge recovery, which I find rather interesting as well. I'll be sure to try and point those out. This is an extremely potent fighting machine. Entered RAF service in 2003, took over quick reaction alert duties in 2007, and made its combat debut in 2011 as part of Operation Elmi, enforcing the no-fly zone over Libya. This particular aircraft is an air defence fighter. It can be armed with short and medium-range air-to-air missiles. However, the Typhoons that have been produced more recently have substantially more capabilities. Ground attack and reconnaissance. While these oldest Typhoons are on the cusp of retirement, the newer Typhoons are shortly to go through one of their most important upgrade programs so far, with the integration of BAE Systems and Leonardo's European Common Radar System Mark II, one of the most advanced active electronically scanned array radars in the world. That will give the Typhoon new and highly potent capabilities and allow pilots to find and degrade enemy radars. Another upgrade package known as P3EC is due in 2025. That will replace the multifunction displays in the cockpit with F-35 style large area displays to give the pilots even better situational awareness. It is hoped that these upgrades will encourage further export orders from nations such as Saudi Arabia. Eurofighter predicts that it could take as many as 200 new orders by the middle of the decade. And it looks like Brighty is running in now. The display is about to start. Watch for the flames from those reheats as we introduce the Typhoon FGR-4. This is Blackjack. So why is this aircraft painted black? Well, it was painted this colour so that it could perform aggressor duties a few years ago, and then when it became the Typhoon display team's dedicated display jet in 2021, Union Jack decals were applied to it. My oh my, what fantastic light. The sun peeking through a small gap in the clouds and illuminating the Typhoon against a fairly dark sky. Now we're going to see one of those new manoeuvres that I was describing earlier. The aircraft climbing away to our left. And Brighty's going to keep pulling it round towards us till the nose is pointing towards show sensor, then roll wings level and push the nose forward into a very dramatic on-crowd negative G bunt. Aileron rolls on the down line and then turning to depart to the centre. flashes of vapour there as well. Now, I'm not going to attempt to start an aerodynamic argument here because there's no real consensus on this, but one of the theories of how lift is produced is that it generates this area of low pressure as that much we know is a fact, but as the pressure decreases, the air cools down, cools below its dew point, and that causes the moisture within it to condense. There is the slow roll. And now the aircraft decelerating for a slow pass. Performed on the left 45-degree line, it will roll out almost directly towards us, and this really emphasises the high angle of attack that the Typhoon can sustain. Limited by its flight control software to 24 degrees angle of attack, although from this angle it looks like rather more than that. And now we'll see the true power of the Typhoon as it accelerates from this very slow pass into a full loop. While we watch this display, I'm going to point out something that stands out really well in these conditions. Before the Typhoon's reheat comes on, there's a little puff of black smoke, and that stands out so well against this slightly darker sky. So you can see during this 360-degree turn, the reheat goes off round the back. And as the Typhoon comes nose towards us, we'll see that puff of black smoke, and before we see the thrust buckets, the reheat is re-engaged. And that is part of the choreography of this show that perhaps we don't often think about, but it's not just a question of using the power to control the aircraft, it's choosing the optimum moments to expose us to the power from the reheats. You can't charge around with the reheat engaged all the time because the aircraft would exceed its speed limit, which in this environment is Mach 0.95. But every time those thrust buckets come into view, that flame is standing out well. So there's some complex choreography going on there to make sure that it's possible to engage the reheat at the most impactful moments. And now another of my favourite manoeuvres coming up very shortly. I just absolutely love seeing on-crowd rolls. It's a very interesting perspective on seeing the aircraft rolling. We're about to see that demonstrated in the form of a derry turn. That's a 270-degree roll and then a high G turn. Here it goes. Well, what perfect conditions we have been enjoying for this absolutely tremendous display. We have one last manoeuvre to go, and this is a vertical climb with aileron rolls as we say goodbye and thank you to Flight Lieutenant Matt Brighty of 29 Squadron with the Royal Air Force Typhoon FGR-4. Well, Ian's just gestured. He was rather happy with that. Weren't they stunning conditions? Well, we've got about 10 minutes until our next act of the show, which is due to be the Firebirds. So while we wait for that, then I'm going to have a quick look at the chat and see if there's any questions that I can address. I did spot someone asking earlier, and I haven't been able to find the comment right now, but someone asking whether the F-35 has done any air shows yet, assuming that the question was referring exclusively to RAF F-35s. The answer is sort of. So there's no F-35 display team. As far as I know, there's no plans for an F-35 display team anytime soon. But what can occur are flypasts. Up to 3 non-aerobatic passes counts as a flypast. It doesn't need the pilot to have a public display authorisation. That has occurred at a small number of air shows. Cosford, the Royal International Air Tattoo. It's usually 1 or 2 fast passes followed by a slow pass with hover at show centre. Quite a sight seeing an aircraft static in the air, especially a fixed-wing aircraft static in the air, and I know we've seen it from the Harrier before, but the F-35 is so much more stable as it sits in the hover, completely motionless. Biggles Tintin saying there'll be some great photographs tonight. Yes, indeed. And hopefully some great videos too. I could see over Ian's shoulder at certain points what he was filming, and it looked like he was doing an absolutely sterling job. Jersey CI92 says, will you be coming to the Jersey Channel Islands Air Show again this year? Yes, we will. Not me personally. That'll be Adrian, who's doing the wide-angle camera for you at the moment, and Andrew is vision mixing, and Alex, who is new to the team. In fact, let's just run through all of the streams that are coming up over the next few weeks from Plains TV, because there are a lot of them. We're here at Bournemouth for the duration of the show, live broadcasting for free tomorrow on YouTube, and then on Sunday, I've mentioned it so many times, I'm sorry, you're probably fed up of me saying now, but it's a broadcast that you're going to have to pay a little bit of money for, either by becoming a channel member here on YouTube or by subscribing to our on-demand video service, watch.plainstv.com. Then, after that, next weekend, we are live broadcasting free on YouTube the Air Show Festival of Flight at Ayr in Scotland. A few days after that, Jersey Air Display, live on YouTube for free. And then a couple of days after that, Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show, which will be exclusively on watch.plainstv.com. You will need to be a fully paid up subscriber to that service in order to watch the stream, but I promise it'll be worth it. Double figure Spitfires, B-17 with a Lancaster, bit more Red Arrows action. It's Duxford's 50th anniversary season this year, and Plains TV will have live broadcast every single one of the air displays that they've held there. All of the flying days, all of the flying events, all of the air shows. There's one more coming up in October, the flying finale. That'll go out for free on YouTube, as far as I know. So yes, make sure that you're subscribed to our YouTube channel. Invest in channel membership if you'd like to support us a little bit, and subscribe to watch.plainstv.com if you want the full package and access to our on-demand service. If you're wondering about the music, then this is not part of our broadcast or the air show. That is the sound of the pool party here at the Cumberland Hotel. They're hosting us on their roof, giving us an absolutely fantastic view of the action. Unavoidable, however, is the live music being played down by the swimming pool beneath us. Whether you think that's a good thing or not, I don't know. I mean, it's a lovely atmosphere up here, I've got to say. But I can see why it could have been irritating during the Battle of Britain Memorial flight earlier. Look, don't worry, it doesn't happen most of the day. Join us again tomorrow and you will see 99.9% of the flying unsullied by live music. We did have some rescheduling of the flying programme today due to weather, and the concert and the flying did start to conflict with each other as a result. Christine Crockford asks, can you be gifted membership? Transporting Kent says, thank you to whoever gifted membership. Well, I think I can guess what's happened here. We have a wonderful channel member called Monty, and always a very generous supporter of our work, and every now and then he's feeling a bit generous. And yes, you can gift channel memberships, and that's what he does. So welcome to our new channel members, courtesy of Monty. And Monty, thank you very much. I'm guessing it was Monty. I haven't actually seen the notification, but Monty has form with this sort of thing. Well, let's have another look at some of that Typhoon action. Andrew's just getting some replays ready. I want to see this. I'm going to go and stand over his shoulder and watch it on the big screen. Max Bankangle wants me to sing. No, thank you, please. I don't think you want that. I don't think I want that. You're better off with me talking. I don't have much of a singing voice. Flashes of vapour there. Cracking view of the vapour during that 360-degree turn. Yeah, I would go so far as to say that was a little bit special. Even for a group of people like us who are attending 20 air shows a year, sometimes you see something and you think, yeah, okay, that was really good. Well, I think I can spot the landing lights in the distance of the Firebirds. Ian spotted them long before me. He's already got the camera on it, and it's already being shown to all of you. So that's... I'm clearly behind the times. But it's still a few minutes till their slot time. I anticipate they will continue holding out to our left for a little while longer, and then probably head out over the sea to approach from show centre, which is what they did for their day show earlier. The first half of their night show sequence is very similar to the day show, and it's then later on that things start to get a little bit different, and the fireworks start running. These night shows, they really started in America in the 1980s, but came to the UK in 2010. It was Guy Westgate in his Fox or Swift, one of his gliders anyway, that flew the first at an event called Odyssey. Not an air show, but an event with a small flying display. And from that point on, they quite simply exploded. We very quickly got a team called the Twister Duo. We had Glider FX, of course. Then at the Paralympic Games in 2012, there was a night pyro show over the Olympic Stadium in London. That was really the catalyst when things started to, I was going to say when things started to blow up. That's possibly an unfortunate phrase to use in relation to fireworks and aeroplanes, but things really took off. That's a better pun, isn't it? And we started to see the likes of Brendan O'Brien dabbling with pyro shows. We're going to see him later tonight in his absolutely insane helicopter called Otto. 2015, we had Aerosparks come along. Shortly after that, we had the Global Stars, Airborne Pyrotechnics, Otto. The helicopter got shipped to the UK around that time. In 2016? It was 2017 that the Fireflies were founded by Andy Durston and John Gowdy with 2 Vans RV4s. John and Andy have since become busier primarily with Warbird projects, and they've handed the team over to Nigel Reed and John Dodd. John and Nigel took full ownership of the Fireflies last season, and they've now changed the name from Fireflies to Firebirds. Which is just confusing to me, because when I think Firebirds aerobatic team, when I first heard the name, I thought of the RAF team of English Electric Lightnings, and then I was told no, it's not that. So I thought of the Polish team of Extra 300s, and then I was told no, it's not that either. It's very confusing, and I still frequently say Fireflies when I mean Firebirds. So I'm sure that'll happen at some point over the next couple of days. Apologies in advance to John and Nigel, who are running in now to start their display in line abreast, one aircraft alongside the other. Tricky formation to fly in because the wingman is looking straight over his shoulder to try and maintain formation on the leader. And this will be a loop with a formation change to echelon. Ryan Teasdale says, what time are they allowed to fly until in the evening? Well, we don't actually have night air shows in Britain. We have dusk air shows. Nighttime officially starts 30 minutes after sunset, and by that point, this air display must be complete, and any aircraft that are not night VFR compliant need to be on the ground. These aircraft are night VFR compliant, so they can finish their display 30 minutes after sunset and still keep on flying as long as the display itself has concluded. So the aircraft I mentioned earlier are Vans RV4s, but these are not any Vans RV4s. They've been modified in 2 crucial ways. Firstly, as you can see right now, they have LED lights in strips on the side of the fuselage, computer controlled, so they can display a variety of different colours and patterns. But also, and perhaps you can make this out in some of Ian's shots at the moment, there are extra metal attachments on the end of the wings. And if you don't know what they're for, well, that's about to be revealed in about 90 seconds from now. We're going to see a manoeuvre called a quarter clover here. It's like a twisted loop. So pulling up into a loop, but rolling through a quarter of a barrel roll on the way up, so that the exit line of the loop is 90 degrees offset from the entry line, and they will depart directly away from us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, things are about to get rather more interesting. So the aircraft pull up to complete vertical turn manoeuvres and come back towards us. We're about to see the result of many man-hours of preparation. Trust me, I was ground crew with one of these pyro display teams before, and we would have a team of 3, 4 people working for 4 or 5 hours to prepare for each display, fitting the aircraft with fireworks. And those fireworks are going to be fired any second now. There they go. So there's 2 types of pyro that we see used at the moment, creating those lovely sparkly trails. Those are called waterfalls. And then we had Roman candles spitting out those little balls of colour in the aircraft's wake. The Roman candles have a relatively short burn time. They've already expired, but the waterfalls will run for 60 seconds. And that's enough for the team to fit in 2 manoeuvres with the waterfalls running. I'd like to say a very warm welcome to our latest YouTube channel member, Bruno Santos. Thank you, Bruno. It is people like you who encourage us to get out and stream these air shows for free on YouTube, and we don't do this very often, but as a special thank you on Sunday, we will be making that broadcast available to our YouTube channel members, in addition to our full subscribers over on our streaming service. RTB says, does anyone know if the BBMF is displaying again tomorrow? Yes, they are. Hopefully the 3-ship display we saw today, and also a 2-ship display, the Typhoon with the Lancaster. Some of our wider shots here, you might be able to see that the fallout from those waterfall firework effects is making it all the way down to the surface of the ocean. Those sparks are extinguishing themselves only as they hit the surface of the water. And in that regard, it's a great benefit to be holding these shows over water, because that sort of pyro can potentially cause fires if it touches dry land, so there are less restrictive altitude limits while using them at over water displays than there would be if we were at an airfield. I can also attest, as a former member of a ground crew for one of these teams, that it's very easy to wire up the pyro to the incorrect positions. And that might be what we're seeing here, and a reason why we've got one waterfall running rather than, well, it should either be 4 or 0 at this point. It's easily done. I've ruined displays. Welcome to new channel member JCB95. So you might be wondering, how technically does this work? Well, broadly speaking, there's metal attachments on the wingtips. You simply place fireworks into them and affix it all with tape and Jubilee clips and the like. And then next to them there's I'm not quite sure what the word is. It works like a socket, I suppose. Into each firework you insert a little wire, an E-match with a wire running out of it, and then the other end of the wire you put into the socket on a little plate on the wingtip. Over in the cockpit there's a control panel which can deliver an electric current to the socket, and the effect of that is you press the button to deliver the electric current, that sets off the E-match, and that in turn sets off the firework effect. Now I believe the Fireflies have 4 firing solutions, basically 4 of those little sockets in a row. So you press the button the first time and anything wired into the first socket will fire. You press the button a second time, anything wired into the second socket will fire, and so on and so on. So 4 batches of pyro over the course of the display. Well, we have the final manoeuvre now from the Fireflies. We'll see. I've done it again. Firebirds. I said I'd do that, didn't I? Final manoeuvre as they pull up to draw a heart, and we'll see how well it stands out against what is now a fairly dark sky, because this will be smoke only, but it's how they have always ended their display. An expression of appreciation to the audience. Well, I'd like to say welcome to yet more new channel members joining us. It's great to have so many joining us over the past day or so. Leslie and Luke, welcome to this community. Thank you for supporting us, and we look forward to bringing you many more streams over the coming weeks. UK Lemon says the Duxford flying evening last weekend finishes with a similar display. It is on Plains TV. Yes, Ian went and covered that. One of their many flying events, the 3rd iteration of their evening show, and that finished this year with a display by Airborne Pyrotechnics, which is a father and son team based in Devon. I think it's in Devon, possibly Somerset, with a pair of Grob 109s. Jerry F says, I wonder how well the pilots can see. It looks really dark now. it is to an extent a bit of camera trickery. It's not, you know, we're walking around and doing our jobs here without any lights. The pilots will be able to see perfectly well for now. What is more of a challenge is when the pyrotechnics are running, the pilots will have something very, very bright in the corner of their eyes, and then something relatively dark out the rest of the window. So having your eyes kind of adjust to both so that you're not dazzled by the bright pyrotechnics and you can still see what's going on out of the window. That is certainly a challenge, and it's something that the Civil Aviation Authority is well aware of, and in their regulation for these pyro displays they do note the risks associated with that and measures that can be taken to mitigate them. Silv asks what time today's display finishes. Well, we're expecting the last act of the day will be a jump by the Tigers parachute display team. They are due to start in around about 15 minutes. We've got 2 acts remaining, Otto the helicopter followed by the Tigers. Well, here comes something rather different, and we're about to up the ante considerably in terms of volume of pyro. This is Otto the helicopter, a comedy airshow act using a specially modified Schweitzer 300 developed by Roger Buis in the United States. Brendan O'Brien purchased it in 2016 and brought it to the UK, where he modified it for pyro displays, or as he calls them, skygasms. As part of that night show, this aircraft fires 2,500 pyrotechnic shots over the course of about 5 minutes. It's locked in fierce friendly competition with Scandinavian airshows Grum and Agcat as to who can launch more pyro. And last I heard, well, I think Brendan said he thought Otto was in the lead, but then I saw the latest iteration of the Agcat display and how that aircraft was kitted out before its performance. Look, they leapfrog each other. I wouldn't like to say who's ahead at the moment. So a fairly gentle start. The pyro you can see at the moment as gerbs. It's very similar to the waterfalls that we saw from the Firebirds a few moments ago, but with considerably shorter trails. The difference is, apart from the length of the trails, that these gerbs are cold burning. They can't set fire to anything. Makes them more suitable for displays over land. We'll also see flares, Roman candles, shells, and my personal favourite, crackle comets. I'll point those out when we see them, but there's some Roman candles being used at the moment. To fire the pyro, Brendan is using a new radio-controlled detonation system. He has a unit strapped to his leg and sends radio signals to each of the 2 firing stations. Each of those firing stations has 8 firing solutions, so when he presses his fire button the first time, it fires everything wired to the first. Presses it again, it fires everything wired to the second. Very similar to the process I described for the Firebirds earlier. And there are the crackle comets. They're the sort of white trails that were spinning around in spirals, still firing now. Utter madness, isn't it? I should just say Brendan's very keen for me to point out that his company, Pilots of the Purple Twilight, doesn't just provide air displays at public events. He also does daytime chopperbatics routines in this very aircraft. And he's purchased actually, I'm not sure. He also does private parties, weddings, bar mitzvahs, and funerals as well. Not a firework display at a funeral necessarily, but he can dispense ashes from the aircraft. And now begins the long flight back to Bournemouth Airport, where the work will immediately begin on rearming the aircraft for tomorrow's display. A lot of man hours involved in that. George Stone asks, could you put fireworks on a Typhoon, or am I being silly? Well, Typhoon could fire flares, and I suppose they're fireworks in a way. Actually, I have seen one jet aircraft, civilian operated, that have been modified with attachments for firing pyro. I'm sure it's not impossible to apply the same theory to a Typhoon. That was a TS-11 Iskra. Max Bank Angle says, I saw Brendan trying to land a Piper Cub on a moving flatbed trailer once. The loony. Yes, well, that was it's actually a display that I never got to see in person. I always wanted to see it. I saw him flying his Cub for his crazy flying routine. Unfortunately, he's sold that aircraft now. He had a great smoke system. It could fire pyro. Clipped wings for improved roll rate. He says that the drop-top landing wasn't actually that difficult. You just needed a lot of bottle. But in his words, if you can land on a 6-foot wide bit of runway, you can land on top of a moving trailer, as long as you can hold your nerve. I should point out that that wasn't necessarily Brendan flying today. I probably should have asked him in advance, but he does have another member of his team, Alex Garman, and they both fly Otto for these night displays. Actually, Alex's debut public night display was here at Bournemouth last year. Alex is currently in the process of learning the art of daytime chopperbatics, so he can share that work with Brendan as well. We've just got one more act to go in today's flying programme, which is the Tigers parachute display team. And I have at points seen a landing light off to our left, which I suspect might have been coming from a Cessna Caravan. If you are enjoying today's stream, then please do, at the very least, give us a like. But, we'd love it if you could subscribe to our channel. We'd love it even more if you could join up for channel membership for access to Sunday's live stream, and we'd love it even more than that if you could subscribe to watch.planestv.com. That will give you access to, well, everything we've ever produced, but, well, not quite everything we've ever produced, because some of it hasn't been made available yet. It's all in the process of being made available, but a very substantial part of our back catalogue, stretching all the way back to 1989, plus many of our live streams, all of our live streams have either gone out free to view on YouTube or on watch.planestv.com, with the possible exception of a few very early reacts. But even for those reacts where the live streams might not be available on there, there are at the very least 2+ hour edited programs, which are always quite a good watch. The digital versions of the souvenir DVDs that used to be made. A few questions about whether there will be fireworks and if we're going to stay live for them. To be honest, I'm not sure. I know at some point during the show there are going to be some fireworks launched from the pier, but I think we're planning to finish after the Tigers jump. Primarily because it's getting dark up here. There's no lights on the roof, and we've got at least half an hour of packing up to do, and then at least half an hour of driving to get to where we're staying overnight. It'd be nice to have some dinner at some point amid all of that as well. So we are going to probably skedaddle fairly quickly. Lee says, are any of the Planes TV crew pilots or just enthusiasts? If pilots, what do you fly? None of us are pilots. Be lovely if we were. It's an expensive business, flying. No, I mean, I personally find I could do more interesting things by leeching off people with aeroplanes I could never afford. So that's kind of my logic. No, we're enthusiasts, and we love filming as well. So I get quite twitchy if I ever see an air display and I'm not filming it. I'm always thinking, oh, this will be really nice footage. And even when I'm on board an aircraft, I've flown on board for practice displays and the like, and even then I get twitchy going, oh, I bet this looks great from the ground, because yeah, it's all very well saying, wouldn't it be cool to be on board that aircraft? Yes, it would, but ultimately these are spectacles crafted to be viewed from the ground, and I appreciate the choreography of a good display. And yeah, even if I'm sitting on board in the co-pilot seat, there's always a substantial part of me thinking, well, I'd love to know what this actually looks like to the audience. So yeah, quite happy being on the ground here with a camera. But it is nice to have a little bit of stick time from time to time, a few times a year. Angus Cooper says, if I could fly an aircraft to display, what would I choose and why? Okay, I've got a boring answer and I've got a more boring answer. I mean, anyone who's watched our live broadcast from Riyadh knows that I'm a fan of the TBM, so I might just say I would quite like a TBM 930 to display, because then when I'm not displaying it, I can own it and fly it about from place to place and watch other people fly at air shows. I think that's really a bit of a cheat answer. What would I like to display? My other boring answer is an aeroplane that's relatively modest in power and performance, and I can maybe do a few wing overs and a barrel roll or two, but that's it. I don't feel the need to push it any harder than that. I'm a very cautious, risk-averse person, you see, so I'll be saying something like a Globe Swift, I think, would be nice. Could use it for touring. It has some aerobatic performance, but it's not something to get too silly in. Alex Johnson, what's the worst display team in your opinion? I'm not going to answer that. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, George Bacon has just announced that the Falcons are about to drop into the Bournemouth Air Festival. It would be a surprise. We are, of course, expecting the Tigers, and we can see their jump ship. The question, really, that Ian and Adrian will be wondering is, are they going to light their flares while they're standing in the door, which will give us all a decent shot at trying to track them on their way out of the aircraft into freefall, or are they going to jump and then fire their flares, in which case Adrian and Ian especially, is going to have a very tricky 3 or 4 minutes. Max Bankangler suggested I could fly a kite. Yes, I think that's a very good idea. I would fly a kite at an air show, or maybe something remote controlled and very, very cheap, so I don't feel bad when it, you know. And Angus would display an F-16 because of its charisma with smoke winders. Good choice. Well, let's turn our attention now to the Tigers. And I'm just going to peer over Ian's shoulder. And there's our answer. Jumpers lighting their fireworks while still aboard. And that, I'm sure, is a relief for Ian, who somehow has to track them in the dark as they leave the aircraft. Here we have the freefall element of the display, and I've got to say that's quite dramatic. And subsequent to this, we're expecting to see some canopy relative formation work. That is the parachuting term for some extreme close formation flying. BAL says, I take it the parachutes are fire retardant. Well, for exactly this reason, the jumpers will be using gerbs rather than waterfalls. They're cold burning. There's a flame of perhaps a few inches, which is hot. But other than that, you can pass your hand through the sparks quite safely, and it's not going to feel hot. They're basically stage fireworks. They can be used indoors, so they're not going to cause damage to either the canopies or to the jumpers themselves. So quite high and to our right we have a group of jumpers, which we're just spinning a camera round onto. And this is that relative formation work that I was describing earlier. We're expecting to see this group descending towards us in a steep dive and then breaking apart at the last moment. So here they come, stand by for the break. Steve Pleasance asks, what is the discount code, please? I'm just going to let the Tigers land and then we'll go through how you can watch Sunday's stream. So with the Tigers all down, just going to remind you that we are streaming tomorrow for free here on YouTube. Sunday is going to be available exclusively to YouTube channel members and to subscribers to our streaming service watch.planestv.com. I'm sure you are all familiar with what that is by now, but just to remind you, it's normally £10 a month, but we do have a discount code available this weekend. The code is Bournemouth, capital B, and the rest is lowercase. Watch.planestv.com. The discount code is Bournemouth. That will give you 50% off. 50% off your first month to reduce it to £5, or 50% off our annual plan so you can get the whole year and save yourself 50 quid in the process. Also some questions about what's coming up tomorrow and when. Let's just see if I have a Saturday schedule, Saturday, tomorrow is Saturday. See if I have a Saturday schedule handy.
It's been a long day, Adam, hasn't it? Well done. Thank you ever so much for keeping everyone informed during that fantastic night air session. Some really astonishing stuff of Typhoon. I'm very much looking forward to seeing the slow-mo material of that. So tomorrow, just looking at the schedule, we'll be kicking things off. We'll probably be live at actually slightly earlier.
Yes, it's slightly earlier tomorrow. So tomorrow we're starting at 1 o'clock.
So we'll probably go live probably about an hour before.
12.
We seem to be able to waffle on all right. So.
Yeah. So yeah, tomorrow's lineup: Tigers, Slingsby Firefly, Bronco, Firebirds, Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, Typhoon, Tutor, Chinook, Yak 50, Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight, Swordfish and Wasp, the Starlings. Now we haven't seen those yet this week. Rich Goodwin in the jet pits, and then the Red Arrows are at 5 o'clock. And then we have an evening display, a slightly longer evening display, starting at 1926. Spitfire, Typhoon, Firebirds, Otto the helicopter, and ending with the Tigers at the same time as today, more or less.
Let's hope we get more of the same fabulous conditions. We do hope for it. You'll have heard me nerd out on the lighting effects of a low sun in the afternoon, or early evening I should say, and we absolutely nailed it today with Typhoon. That was glorious. Hope you all enjoyed it. Well, thank you ever so much for tuning in. Thank you to my team here, Adam for keeping you informed, Adrian on camera, and Andrew mixing behind the scenes as well. It's been a long day for them, so I might try and get some warm food in them, but we do have to back down, get back to accommodation and things. It's going to be a late finish here and another early start tomorrow. So wish us luck, and we'll say good night to you. Do give the video a like, and subscribe for tomorrow's live broadcast starting around about midday.
See you then.